Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. People are sailing and get lion fruit at the beginning. Chapter 1. Ding. Congratulations on binding the host to the sign-in system. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and getting lion fruit. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the barrier fruit. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the fortified city fruit. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting Conqueror's hockey. Ding. Congratulations to host for receiving the Invincible Swordsmanship Advanced Experience package. When Sha Luo heard the voice coming from her ears, she became excited. 5 years. Sha Luo has traveled to the world of One Piece for 5 years. He knows he has a system, but he doesn't know how to activate it. In order to activate the system, he made various attempts, but he never expected that it would happen today. Marine came to enforce the law, and at the critical moment, he activated his sign-in system. And the system just gave him a chance to reward him with so many treasures. With various fruits and sword skills at his side, Sha Luo's confidence instantly increased. Sha Luo pulled Nami back and stood up. Nami, it's useless to reason with this group of people, let me do it. GGG, who are you? Do you want to disobey Marine's orders? Anyone who obstructs Marine's law enforcement will be treated as pirates and will be taken back. Haha, who am I? I am the one who takes your lives. Sha Luo had had enough of Colonel Mouse's sinister laughter, and before the sailors could surround him, Sha Luo had already taken the lead in taking action. Slash wave. Even without armament hockey, the intensity of slash wave can easily tear these people apart. Wow, before the Marines could react, everyone in front was cut in half, including the corpse of Colonel Mouse. The sailors who had surrounded Sha Luo behind him were so shocked that they could not speak. They wanted to escape from this demon-like man. But my feet were trembling as if they didn't obey me, and I couldn't take a step at all. Sha Luo didn't give them a chance to beg for mercy and killed all the sailors in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, all the marine troops brought by Colonel Mouse were wiped out. Sha Luo. Nami ran forward and swallowed hard looking at the corpses on the ground. Don't worry, since they are already here, there is no escaping this matter. Sha Luo took back her sword and said to the women behind her. Marine was probably here to collect his military exploits. He probably didn't report it back to the higher-ups. Now that he's been killed here by you, there are only 2 options left. After Kureha analyzed the current situation, she stretched out 2 fingers towards Sha Luo. Tell me the story. Oh, the first one is that we run away immediately, and we will probably be wanted by Marine later. It looks very bad. Why was he wanted so quickly? Where's the other one? Kureha took a long breath and said the second method with a complicated expression. The second way is to invade Branch 16 and kill all the Marines inside, so no one knows we were the ones who killed them. Sha Luo lowered his head and thought for a moment. The second method was undoubtedly the best choice, but he didn't want to kill anyone. Even in Marine, there are not all bad people, so Sha Luo still wants to take a look. How's it going? Have you thought about it? Kureha stepped forward and asked. No, let's go to Branch 16 and have a look before deciding. Marine base should have the information I want. Sha Luo shook his head. He still had no answer for how to make a decision. Okay, I'll go with you. Well, Kureha and Nami come with me. Kaya, you guys wait for me here. Sha Luo turned to Kaya and Nuo Chigao and said, then picked up the 2 women's waists and took off towards Marine base. Kaya looked worried, and Noki stepped forward, hugged Kaya and comforted her. Don't worry, they will take care of everything. With Sha Luo flying at full speed, it didn't take long to arrive at the 16th Marine branch. After carefully avoiding the insistent sailors, he walked all the way to the colonel's office. After getting rid of the Navy soldiers guarding the door, Sha Luo and the other 3 began to rummage in the office. It didn't take long to find numerous evidence of Colonel Rat's crimes. It turns out that this marine base is not without righteous people. When the nearby civilians asked for help, they reported it to Colonel Mouse. However, they were all suppressed by Colonel Mouse. This part of Marine who still had a conscience finally couldn't bear it after being suppressed once and chose to report to his superiors, Naval Headquarters. Unexpectedly, the undercover agent deployed by Colonel Mouse learned of this move. After knowing that this group of people wanted to spare him and reported the matter to the headquarters, he put them all into the deserter list and then expelled them from Marine. Sailors expelled from Marine in this way can no longer join Marine, and their words are not trusted by Marine people. So the entire Marine base is filled with sailors who are colluding with Colonel Mouse. It's really disgusting. It's like a nest of snakes and rats. There is no good person here. Nami and Kureha were indignant after reading the information. Well, keeping this Marine base will also harm the surrounding civilians. In this case, there is no need for them to exist. Sha Luo made up her mind with cold eyes, no longer hiding her figure, and walked out of Colonel Marine's office openly. Who are you? There is an intruder breaking in. Not long after, they encountered several sailors who pointed muskets at Sha Luo, but before they could fire, Sha Luo disappeared from their eyes. Sharp slashes took away their lives, and Sha Luo used the storage space to pack all the bodies. What follows is the massacre at Marine Base. In less than half an hour, Sha Luo cleared the base of corrupted Marines. There was no life or breath of life under his own perception, so all Sha Luo's corpses were thrown into the sea. The sea beasts who smelled the blood came over to eat the corpses. Why are these Marines thrown into the sea? Nami felt a little strange about Sha Luo's behavior. I want to take away this Marine base. That Colonel Mouse is a person who knows how to enjoy himself. He has built a lot of luxurious equipment here. It would be a waste not to use it. I don't want to leave these things for the next Marine who comes here to enjoy. Sha Luo explained clearly, but Nami was still a little confused. Take it away. Where can you take it? Hey, just watch. He didn't explain it to Nami, but let the other party see it with his own eyes. I saw Sha Luo reaching out and pressing the ground, activating Lion Fruit's ability with all her strength. Boom boom boom. Suddenly the entire Marine base began to shake, and then Nami and Kureha felt as if their perspective was being lifted upwards. The next scene directly shattered their worldview, and the two of them looked at Sha Luo dumbfounded. Fly, it's flying. The whole Marine base is flying. Nami stammered to finish. Fierce seawater poured into the place where the Marine base had just risen. At this time, the Marine base had already completely lifted off the sea. Luckily I have enough strength. If I hadn't absorbed a lot of energy to maintain my strength, I probably wouldn't have been able to float the entire Marine base easily. Sha Luo took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Floating across the entire island using the fruit's ability is still very energy consuming, let alone one that hasn't yet awakened. But fortunately, after the ability is successfully activated, there is no need to use physical strength to maintain it. How did you do it? This is a whole island. Kureha stepped forward to ask. She also had demon fruit power, but she never imagined that a person with fruit power could do such a thing. The main fruit ability is strong enough, and you can do it with enough physical strength. It is like your strongest defense. If your fruit ability is developed to the limit, there will be no attack in the world that can break it. Sha Luo explained to Kureha with a smile. I plan to raise this island to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and use this place as our secret base from now on. Sha Luo looked at the Marine base with satisfaction, but the Marine flag was a bit annoying. No, I have to find time to decorate this place and make it my own base camp. Let's go back to Crocodile village first. After a few days' rest, we'll set out for Loguetown. Sha Luo suggested. The two women, who were in a daze, did not pay attention to what Sha Luo said. They just said yes and then lifted the island into the sky. Then he called Nami and Kureha to search for the treasure house of this Marine base. Colonel Rat can be said to have drained the blood of nearby villages, and a large amount of military expenditures are allocated here every year. He enjoyed it all, which can be seen from the luxurious facilities here. But now they are all cheaper. Sha Luo. After coming out of Marine's treasure house, Sha Luo realized how rich the mouse colonel really was. Bailey alone had a total of 3 billion, and he even collected several famous swords. The money made Nami laugh so hard for the next few days that she couldn't sleep from ear to ear. She murmured, "A lot of money, it's all mine," in her dreams. After returning to Crocodile village, Nochigao and Kaya were relieved to see that none of the three people were injured. 3 days passed peacefully like this. Hey, Nuo Chigao, you don't want Nami to be alone in the future. He, if you know what's going on, just come on the boat with me. Sha Luo showed an evil smile and was about to reach out and grab Nokigao. You idiot captain, what did you do to my sister again? Get on the ship and set off. Nami kicked Sha Luo away with a flying kick. Isn't this an effort to keep you two sisters from being separated? Sha Luo looked like her little daughter-in-law was being bullied, covered her face where Nami kicked her, and looked at her aggrievedly. In fact, there is no way to break the defense this time. Nuo Chigao laughed out loud when he saw the warm daily interactions between Sha Luo and Nami, and then said softly with a gentle smile. Sure, agree. Nokigao, who expected to remain silent as usual, responded abnormally this time. Sha Luo thought she heard wrongly. Nami was also surprised. She thought her sister would stay in the orange grove, but she didn't expect that Sha Luo actually convinced her to agree to go to sea together. Even I can't always refuse such a sincere invitation. Besides, I also want to go overseas and see it. Nuaokyu winked at Nami. This naughty and cute look was completely different from the gentle and kind-hearted big sister she used to be. Woohoo, that's great. Sha Luo picked up Nami and Nuaochi and spun them around. This caused the two women to scream in surprise, but Sha Luo, who looked like a child, also chuckled. Sail, target, the stars and the sea. Sha Luo shouted the slogan of the second grade and flew out with the two girls in her arms. On the edge of the cliff, Aegean looked at the sailing ship going away and smiled slightly. Belmere, your daughter has found a good partner. Starting today, they will go to sea. If you are still here, you will be very happy to see this. It has been 2 days since Sha Luo left Kokoja village. Inside the meeting room of the naval headquarters building, Marshal Sengoku is sitting in the main seat in the conference room, followed in order by Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, and the senior staff officer. Next are several familiar marine mainstays, Ghost Spider, Huo Shanshan, Mole, and Doberman. What do you think about the disappearance of Marine Branch 16 and all its members? Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and said to the people below. 2 days ago, a quick report was delivered to Sengoku. Marine Branch 16 disappeared out of thin air. The life and death of all members are unknown. The East Blue Dragon pirates were attacked by a double-sword swordsman named Sha Luo. There is also a picture of Sha Luo killing the dragon pirates. The dual-sword swordsman Sha Luo is suspected of using the unknown devil fruit to control the power of soil. Later, it was revealed that the pirates killed by Sha Luo's bounty plan, more than a dozen pirates worth millions or even tens of millions of bellies, all died at his hands. This news was released by World Economic News President Morgan Guns. After receiving Newsbird's photo of Sha Luo killing the East Blue Overlord Dragon, Morgan Guns immediately sent his men to investigate Sha Luo's deeds. It would have been better not to check, but once they did, they found out that Sha Luo had killed almost all the famous pirates in East Blue, and the rest had not been encountered. Morgan Gans immediately smelled the big news and announced all Sha Luo's actions and achievements. Now Sha Luo has become East Blue's supernova bounty hunter. Sengoku immediately informed Garp, who was still in East Blue, to go to the 16th branch. The 3 admirals who happened to be away on missions all returned, and Sengoku held an emergency meeting to discuss the East Blue incident. HMPH, what happened in Branch 16 seems to be the work of this double-sword swordsman, right? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? This kind of evil person should be strangled and Marines should be sent to clean it up immediately. Akainu snorted coldly, becoming suspicious of Sha Luo's appearance in Kokoja village near the 16th branch. But we don't have actual evidence to prove that he did what happened in Branch 16, right? Crane Vice Admiral said softly with a calm expression. It is not a wise move to rashly push a powerful bounty hunter into confrontation. Aokiji also expressed his opinions. Today's young people are really scary. Even the dragon pirates were easily. It's solved. Not only the swordsmanship, but also Devil Fruit's ability seems to be very powerful. Quote. Kizaru drank tea with a leisurely expression while talking about how scary it was, completely forgetting that he had easily defeated and arrested the dragon pirates before. On the other side, Garp rushed to the 16th Marine Branch base, but when he arrived at the location, he found that it was completely empty. Not to mention Marine base, there wasn't even an island. The navigators on Garp's ship were so frightened that they thought they had gone to the wrong place. After repeated confirmation, they found that the branch had really disappeared out of thin air. Having no choice but to find no clues, Garp could only head towards the nearby village of Kokoja. When I first arrived on the island, I could clearly feel the cheerful atmosphere. The civilians here are full of cheerful smiles. But with Marine's intervention, the crowd's expressions became gloomy, and they closed the doors and windows from house to house. Garp was a little confused about the situation, when a voice came from behind them. "Excuse me, Master Marine, what do you want to do when you come to Kokoja village?" Jian asked with a calm expression. "Oh, I finally have someone to talk to. I am the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. I came here to investigate the disappearance of Marine Branch 16, do you have any clues here?" Seeing that someone finally struck up a conversation, Garp smiled broadly. However, Jian, who was opposite him, frowned, and then returned to his calm tone. "Marine Branch 16, not sure, but a masked man here gave me a letter a few days ago, saying that if a Marine comes over, I can give it to you." Jian took out a letter from his arms, which was exactly the various criminal evidence of Colonel Mouse that Sha Luo left for him. Garp took it and started to read it, but the more he looked at it, the more ugly his face became. Veins popped up on his head, and the hand holding the letter was trembling slightly. "These fools, I didn't expect that East Blue has become so corrupt since I haven't been back for so long." Garp's furious voice came out from his mouth. At this time, he was already a dynamite barrel that was about to be ignited, and his anger had nowhere to vent. "We are the ones who have failed the common people of Kokoja village. We are very sorry." Garp bowed deeply to Jian with a very remorseful expression. Jian was stunned on the spot. Marine, who used to be so aloof, would actually bow his head to a commoner like him. "No, Vice Admiral, you are speaking harshly." Jian helps Garp up so that he doesn't have to blame himself. Well, Garp sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this happening, and he only regretted why he was not there in the first place. "There's one more thing I want to ask, about the double-sword swordsman Sha Luo. Did you see him during the time when Marine Base 16 disappeared? Was there anything unusual about him? Are you here?" Jian's expression remained unchanged, but when Garp talked about Sha Luo, he immediately smiled and said in a tone of admiration. "Sha Luo, he is the great benefactor of our village. It was he who defeated the dragon pirates that freed us and the surrounding villages. After we liberated the village, we held banquets to celebrate for 5 days in a row. It was nothing unusual for Sha Luo to stay with us all the time. Until 2 days ago, Sha Luo said that she had a new journey and planned to continue traveling around the world and set sail again." "Mr. Marine, do you have any questions?" Jian said with a smile on his face, and Garp looked at him thoughtfully. "No, we roughly know the situation. Next we will send new Marines to guard here and investigate the reason why the 16th branch disappeared. I promise it will never happen again." Garp swore solemnly, then led his men back to the ship, and then took out a telephone bug and made a call. "Blue brew brew. Garp, do you have any news there?" During the meeting, Sengoku answered the phone and amplified the sound so that everyone present could hear. Then Garp started talking about the 16th branch, and how Sha Luo had been staying with the villagers for 5 days without leaving until 2 days ago. Bang, these guys are really rebelling. Do they think of themselves as the local emperors of East Blue? There is such a scumbag in Marine. Sengoku banged the table angrily. Unexpectedly, the Marine base that worked so hard in previous years turned out to be an extremely corrupt place. It even defrauded a large amount of military expenses on the pretext that too many wounded soldiers needed pensions. Immediately notify the people in the branch and ask them to cancel the deserter records of those people, and then send someone over to apologize. If they are still willing to join Marine, send them back to the headquarters for further training." Sengoku said to the recorder beside him. "Yes, Marshal Sengoku." The recorder immediately ran out of the door and ordered the soldiers waiting outside. Well, Crane Vice Admiral sighed helplessly. There was silence. If those guys are still alive, they must all be sent to military courts and sentenced to death. Akainu was the first to shout in an extremely angry voice. "It's useless to talk about it now. The entire base is gone. They are probably all killed. Let's talk about this Sha Luo and how to deal with him." Aokiji's cold voice sounded. What Garp had just said made him feel angry. He was in a very bad mood at this time. "Inform Marine below. Whenever you meet Sha Luo, you will invite him and grant him the position of Commodore in the headquarters. As of now, there is no evidence that Sha Luo did this. Instead of establishing an enemy for Marine, it is better to drag him to our camp. Crane Vice Admiral spoke calmly. She had a lot of experience and analyzed the situation calmly. Then let's decide. I will draft the manuscript myself and give it to 5 elders. There was no objection at the scene. Sengoku immediately took action and asked his subordinates to notify the people below to observe in real time. If he met Sha Luo, he would be invited to join Marine. The meeting was dissolved and everyone left the meeting room one after another. Akio, Sha Luo, who was sailing on the sea at this time, didn't know that Marine had held a meeting for him because of the matter of Branch 16. It's strange. What are you thinking about me? I've sneezed a few times today. Could it be that I'm catching a cold? It's impossible. How can someone with a steel balloon's constitution catch a cold? Forget it. I'd better ask Nami to post it. Sha Luo ran to Nami's side with a happy face. Since the death of the evil dragon, Nami has an incomparable sense of dependence and security on Sha Luo. Coupled with Sha Luo's habit of always posting these days, I finally no longer resented Sha Luo's posting. Since the cooldown time for this check-in was relatively long, Sha Luo did not go directly to Loguetown to wait, but wandered around East Blue. Every time you visit a city or village, eat a special meal at a local restaurant and buy the recipe from the boss. For this reason, Sha Luo even made a special trip to Baroque, a restaurant on the sea. There, they spent 50 million belly to feast on their food and replenish all their body energy. This made Nami and Kureha burst into tears. After Sha Luo digested these delicacies, her body underwent further changes. Host: Sha Luo. Strength: A. Agility, B+. Spirit, B. Skills: Kendo B. Armament Hockey C+. Observation Hockey C+. Conquerors Hockey C. Marine 6 Styles Shaving C+. Moonwalk C+. Fruit Ability: Lion Fruit B. Talent: Steel Balloon. Equipment: Deadwood, Sakura 10. Comprehensive Evaluation: Marine Elite Vice Admiral Level Combat Power. You can now gain a foothold in the Grand Line. Now Sha Luo feels that as she eats more food, her body becomes stronger, and the energy seems to be slowly changing Sha Luo's physique. The most intuitive thing is that the 3 items of strength, agility and spirit have improved by a small stage, and the swordsmanship has also been gradually improved to B. Coupled with other attributes, he can stand in the sea, but it is still impossible to fight against those huge forces. Now Sha Luo desperately wants to improve Conqueror's Hockey, but this skill cannot be improved through practice. It can only grow with his own courage. The stronger the courage, the stronger Conqueror's Hockey will be. You still need to continue working on other skills to improve. Nami, are the chefs in Baroque willing to sell the cooking methods here? Sha Luo looked at Nami, who was returning from an outing in boredom, hugged her from behind and put her head on Nami's shoulder. That perverted chef is easy to handle. I just said that I wanted to learn such cooking skills and he gave me all his cooking skills. Nami winked at Sha Luo with this okay gesture. Sha Luo grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Good guy, as expected of you, Nami, you prostituted yourself for nothing. These days, the women on the boat are not only practicing but also cooking the most diligently, because they are not yet in good enough shape to practice shaving and moonwalking. Currently, the training for Nami and the others is only physical, but they also need to maintain a good amount of training. He didn't want Nami, Kureha, and Nuochi's tall girls to suddenly grow into muscles by then. Nuochi was quite interested in Sha Luo's swordsmanship. Sha Luo asked Nuochi to train her physical fitness while also taking some time to practice swordsmanship. But he didn't expect Nuochi to actually use the swordsmanship he learned to cook, which left Sha Luo speechless. Oh, I really can't stand you two. Calculating the time, it's almost time to go to Loguetown, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with your plan. Kureha walked out of the cabin and saw that Nami had returned. After receiving the cooking experience from Nami, I started researching it. The women on the ship, including Sha Luo, have all studied advanced cooking books in the training room, and their cooking skills have all improved to the intermediate level. Nuochi's talent was slightly better, and she already had a basic foundation. After learning and practicing for a period of time, her cooking level was directly improved to an advanced level. He has become the best cook on the ship and is now the ship's chef. Position. I have gained experience in cooking at Baroque restaurant, and it's really time to set off. Where are Nako and Kaya? Sha Luo nuzzled Nami, who was in her arms, but was punched by the latter, who blushed. Obviously, the psychological quality in the original work is not yet there. If Nami was bold in the original work, she probably wouldn't care so much. Nokigao is still researching new dishes in the kitchen. You know this is her hobby now. As for Kaya, she is taking notes in the room and studying medicine. Kureha shrugged, a little bit unable to stand the relationship between the two of them. Sha Luo usually wants her to stick to her, but sometimes Kureha uses a barrier to block her. As a result, Sha Luo can only look at her with resentful eyes. If we fly at full speed, I estimate that we can reach Loguetown in 2 days. Sha Luo let go of Nami in her arms and said to the two women. You guys go back to the cabin first. I'll control the sailboat. Remember to ask Nokigao to leave me a newly researched dish. I want to try it too. 2 days later, we arrived at Loguetown without any danger. During this period, we also encountered a violent storm. Fortunately, Nami's weather perception prevented the sailboat from plunging into the heavy rain. Sha Luo also escaped the storm after raising the sailboat to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target Loguetown. Do you want to sign in to the target? Sign in. Ding, get the armament hockey experience pack. Ding, get 1 ton of vibranium metal. Ding, get the arc reactor technology. Wochow, this sign-in reward is a bit beyond expectations. If I remember correctly, vibranium and the arc reactor are products of the American comic book worldview. Sha Luo didn't expect that it could actually develop technologies and materials from other worlds. He thought it was some magic modification. For example, the Wuji Baifeng pills that Sha Luo obtained before, as well as storage space. An idea flashed through my mind. Sha Luo has already thought of a way to enhance the combat power of Nami and Nuo Chigao. The remaining experience package of armament hockey is just enough to improve Sha Luo to the level of B. There will be a big wave of improvement at every step between intensities. Sha Luo feels that the attack power and defense power obtained by the color entanglement of one's own weapon have become stronger. Even if you don't learn how to use these moves from Nagli, you will probably master these techniques automatically after you improve your proficiency. What are you doing there? Kureha shouted at Sha Luo, who was stunned at the port. Oh, here it comes. After regaining consciousness, Sha Luo quickly kept up with the pace of the women. Nijigao and Kaya are going to buy food. Where are you going? Nami asked. Maybe go take a look at One Piece's execution platform and then look around. Where are you and Kureha? Where do you plan to go? Sha Luo lowered his head and thought for a while, then answered after realizing that he had nowhere to go. Nami and I are going to a clothing store. Since you have nothing else to do, we can only help you carry our things. When Sha Luo replied that she had nothing to do, Kureha showed a successful smile and immediately hugged Sha Luo's arm and said seductively. Unable to withstand the temptation, Sha Luo immediately agreed. But then Sha Luo will have to pay the price for his choice. That's almost it. Sha Luo was like an eggplant beaten by frost, her whole body was languid. What are you talking about? This is just the beginning. Kureha glanced back at Sha Luo in confusion, then covered her mouth and laughed after noticing the other person's state. Okay, I'll give you a reward after you persist for a while and wait until you get back. It'll be fine in a little while. Kureha winked at Sha Luo with a seductive smile and comforted her. We also need to change to a larger sailboat. Let's go to the shipyard to have a look later. Speaking of rewards, Sha Luo was no longer sleepy, and her energy immediately returned to normal. But he really didn't want to experience going shopping with a woman again. After going shopping with the two girls, Sha Luo also went to the execution platform of One Piece, but it looked really ordinary. I don't have the kind of resonance shown in the animation. In reality, I can only feel a little bit of the spirit that exists here. Then he took the two of them to Loguetown to look for the record pointer of the Grand Line. Their hard work paid off and they finally bought some record pointers and eternal pointers at a map store. Came to the shipyard, where Sha Luo chose a dhow similar in size to the Golden Mary. It cost 20 million belly, but luckily it was worth a few meals. Now Sha Luo is a man with 3.7 billion Baileys. Colonel Mouse's contribution means that he does not need to spend too much energy to make money in the future. While Sha Luo was carrying supplies on the small sailboat, a team of Marines came to him. The visitor is an old acquaintance, the White Hunter, Smoker, a Marine who truly has a righteous heart. The main reason why he is an old acquaintance is that this White Hunter often appeared in the online articles that Sha Luo read in his previous life, and he would always come back exhausted. Even in the animation, it ended in failure, and in the later period, there was no success at all. Following Smoker was a girl with short hair and red-rimmed glasses. Tashigi was a truly righteous girl in the later stage, but now she looks like a girl in the early stage. Well, the visual difference is quite big. Tashigi suddenly felt a little chilly, tightened his tight clothes and followed Smoker to Sha Luo. Your Excellency, you must be Sha Luo, the double-sword swordsman who has recently become famous. Smoker puffed out smoke and spoke the question in a sure tone. That's right, what's the matter? Sha Luo felt a little baffled. He had also read the Morgan Guns newspaper a few days ago. He thought Marine would be suspicious of him and put a bounty on him. But after such a long time, I haven't seen any news from Marine. I simply thought that Marine didn't pay much attention to a little guy with no reputation like him. First, a Marine Colonel Smoker stationed in Loguetown. I am here mainly to extend an invitation to you in the name of Naval Headquarters. As long as you join the Marine Corps, you can go to the Naval Headquarters to be awarded the rank of Commodore and publicize your achievements in conquering pirates in the East Blue. With your strength, I believe it won't take long to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Smoker slowly blew out a smoke ring and looked at Sha Luo with sharp eyes. However, Sha Luo was a little confused at this time. Did she invite herself to join Marine? No wonder Marine had been silent before. It turned out to be this idea. No, I long for a free life. Rather than working 9 to 5 at Marine, it would be better to have some freedom outside. Sha Luo smiled and declined Smoker's invitation. But, shouldn't those with power need to uphold the justice of the sea? If a powerful bounty hunter like you, Mr. Sha Luo, joins Marine, you will definitely be taken seriously. Tashigi couldn't help but said. Tashigi, yes. Smoker roared impatiently, and the latter immediately trembled in awe. There is no place for you to talk here. Smoker looked at Tashigi helplessly and said. Haha, this little girl, it is a good thing to have justice in your heart, but you can't use this to restrict my personal behavior. I yearn for freedom, want to explore the mysteries of the world, watch the beauty of the world, and then spend my whole life in obscurity with the crew. This is my pursuit, so forgive me for not being able to agree to your invitation. But, I told you, there is no place for you to interrupt here. Tashigi wanted to say something, but Smoker stopped him and yelled again. Don't you really think about it? Smoker glanced at Sha Luo thoughtfully. Sha Luo shook her head and refused. Alas, we have no right to force civilians to join. Since Mr. Sha Luo is not willing, then we will not force it. The following are some personal questions of mine. Can I invite you to have a competition with me? Seeing that the other party had no intention, Smoker also gave up, and then issued an invitation with a solemn expression. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be people coming to ask for a beating. You are worthy of the title of King of Defiance. Now that Laboon has come to the world of pirates, life will not be perfect if Smoker is not allowed to suffer. Sha Luo agreed immediately. The Marines retreated and dispersed, and began to disperse nearby civilians, leaving a large open space on the field, where Smoker and Sha Luo faced off. Sha Luo drew out his swords and took a stance. Those are the famous swords Kusaki and Sakuraju, but the blades look a little poorly maintained. Tashigi shouted in surprise, then made a sound of pity and distress when he saw the condition of the sword. Aren't these two knives in the hands of the legendary pirate Golden Lion? Why are they here? Then Tashigi looked at Sha Luo doubtfully. Smoker's eyes became sharper after hearing Tashigi's words, and he asked in a slightly cold tone. Sha Luo, what is your relationship with the Golden Lion? Why do you have his double swords? Sha Luo did not feel the slightest panic about the origin of the exposed sword, but instead spoke in a relaxed tone. I took it from a corpse with a sword stuck in its legs. I drifted to a small island and lived there for 5 years. So I would often pick up some supplies on the shore, until one day an uncle with blonde hair drifted to the island. When I wanted to save him, I found that he was dead. In the end, I had to remove the 2 swords from his legs and bury him. Is there any problem with this? Looking at the other party's flawless expression, Smoker couldn't define him as a pirate just because of 2 swords without any evidence, so he stopped asking too much in the end. But I got some good news from Sha Luo's mouth, the big pirate golden lion. The sun is dead. No, there's no problem, I'm just curious. Sha Luo waved her hand to indicate that Smoker could attack. Suddenly the smoke filled the air, and Smoker's body turned into white smoke and rushed up. White fist. The arms turned into smoke and got rid of the restraints of the body, flying out like bullets. Sha Luo dodged easily with a slight dodge. The dodged white fists began to circle around Sha Luo, and more white mist seemed to swallow up Sha Luo. Sha Luo smiled and didn't care. This move did not pose any threat to him, and he dodged directly behind Smoker. The twin swords covered armament hockey and the entanglement of conquerors, and blasted out with a slashing wave of brute force. This move is clearly the Armstrong spin acceleration jet Armstrong spin / used by Sha Luo before to capture the pirate Niji. However, this time it didn't take as long to accumulate power as the previous time, and the hockey that was blessed was only a small amount. So he named it Armstrong spin and chop. Sha Luo named his move silently in his heart. Because Smoker knew about the existence of Golden Lion, and the headquarters should also have information about Golden Lion, Sha Luo did not intend to use Golden Lion's sword skills to reveal his identity. Ah! The hit Smoker turned into a black shadow and penetrated a house, falling heavily. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi shouted worriedly. How could it be? Colonel Smoker is a person with abilities who ate the Logia devil fruit. Normal attacks cannot touch his body, but how could this happen? Tashigi was still in shock over Smoker being knocked back. In the smoke-filled residential building, Smoker spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and stood up with difficulty. That was armament hockey just now, wasn't it? I didn't expect that East Blue actually has a new person who masters the armor color. Smoker walked out of the residential building with difficulty, leaning against the wall, and said in a positive tone. That's right, Sha Luo responded with a smile. Do you want to fight again? No, I am no match for you. If we continue to fight like this, I will still lose. Smoker was silent for a while and then said seriously. I hope you won't turn against Marine. Smoker glanced at Sha Luo fearfully, and then left with Marine. Sha Luo waved at him. Huh, not only the Conqueror's hockey, but also the armament hockey, have you mastered it? Seeing as he just dodged my attack, he should have achieved some success. Having mastered Conqueror's hockey, and having the same strength as the monster just now, he is really a very dangerous person. He must report to Marshal Sengoku immediately. Smoker touched the spot where Sha Luo hit him, and it was still painful. However, Smoker still managed to hold on in front of his men. On the other hand, after Sha Luo defeated Smoker, she also received a notification sound from the system. Ding, the next check-in location is Alabasta. Sign-in will be open in 40 days. Host, please go to the check-in location to sign in. In the past, the increase was 5 days at a time. Why did it take 40 days for the sign-in to open this time? Sha Luo was a little confused, but he just wanted to go somewhere during this time. North Blue. Sha Luo stood on the deck holding a newspaper. The news reported today is quite explosive. The end of the great pirate. The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki died on the small island of East Blue. Captain Ace of the Spades Pirates failed to challenge Whitebeard. Now he has joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the captain of the second team. Morgan Gans is so well informed, I'm afraid there are people inside Marine. Sha Luo has known about Ace joining Whitebeard for a long time. The last newspaper also saw reports that Ace was going to challenge Whitebeard. How is Sha Luo? Did you find anything? Nami walked out of the cabin and looked at Sha Luo, who was fishing, and asked. Sha Luo shook her head. No. It's really ridiculous to talk about a country in fairy tales. If I hadn't seen such things with you, I wouldn't have messed around with you. Nami looked helpless. 10 days ago, Sha Luo said that she would go to North Blue to find a kingdom called Germa. At first, Nami and others didn't know about the situation in North Blue, so they thought it would be a good idea to go to North Blue to see more. It wasn't until I went to the local area to inquire about the information about the Kingdom of Germa that I learned that this was a country in a comic book, that is, a fairy tale. This shocked the girls. Sha Luo actually wanted to find a country that existed in fairy tales. It was impossible no matter how hard she thought. So they all asked about the situation in the Germa kingdom, and after Sha Luo's explanation, they learned that the Germa 66 were a well-known killer clan in the underground world. The so-called fairy tale is a comic strip produced by the villains force based on Germa 66. Then Sha Luo started to clean up the local gangs, and finally after cleaning up several islands, he found a gang who had just cooperated with Germa 66. It was only by following the information given by the other party that Sha Luo finally found this place. Hey, it seems we can only continue searching nearby. If those gangsters dare to lie to me, I will uproot all their families when I return. Sha Luo was so angry that her teeth itched. The address given by the gang was the place where the Germa kingdom stayed 2 days ago, but because the Germa kingdom is a movable country, it's really not easy to find them, but with such a large size, it's probably very slow to move. Sha Luo could only let go of the extension of observation hockey, and then kept looking down from high altitude, hoping to find Germa 66. It's up to you, I'm going back to have a beauty sleep. Nami shook his hand and turned around to return to the cabin. Come on, it's boring for me to watch alone here. Come and chat with me. Sha Luo smiled evilly and reached out to grab Nami's wrist, pulled hard and held her in her arms. It's you who wants to find Germa 66, not me. Nami rolled her eyes, already accustomed to Sha Luo's behavior. In this way, a short time passed, and finally Nami couldn't stand Sha Luo's hairy behavior and ran away in confusion. Oh, I'm still young and not open enough. Sha Luo sighed, but she was already satisfied. At least her relationship with Nami had taken a further step forward. It would be great if there was Nami 2 years later. Although Nami is very plump now, it is much worse than Nami later. Hey, that is. Bored, Sha Luo started to look into the distance and suddenly noticed something unusual. From Sha Luo's field of vision, there was a black spot on the side of the sea, moving slowly. Squinting his eyes and looking over, he saw that he was looking for the target, the Kingdom of Germa. Great, I finally found it. Fortunately, those guys didn't lie to me. Then he turned around and immediately returned to the cabin to tell the girls the news. What, really found it? Kureha looked shocked. She had no hope for Sha Luo's action, but she didn't expect that this time a blind cat would run into a dead mouse and he would hit him. That's right, you just stay on the boat. It may be a little dangerous this time. In that case, why don't you bring me with you? My barrier fruit can also help you. Kureha was a little unconvinced and felt that Sha Luo underestimated her. The strength of the girls now has improved a lot compared to the beginning. Especially the ability to shield fruits. Kureha felt that she could also be counted in the combat force, but Sha Luo actually let her stay on the ship. This was not looking down on her. Hey, the enemy is different this time. The Germa 66 has the ability to fly and fight. I'm worried that they will come to take other people hostage. Just stay on the ship and protect the others. Sha Luo smiled and touched Kureha's head, then turned and walked out of the cabin. There is only one reason for searching for the Kingdom of Germa this time, and that is the arc reactor. There are many people in the world who can create this thing, but none of them are very difficult to find. It just so happens that the Kingdom of Germa is the place that has the ability to build the arc reactor. Moreover, Sha Luo also plans to ask the Germa throne to make a set of combat uniforms for himself and the girls, and upgrade his sword at the same time. Although Deadwood Sakura Judo belongs to the ranks of powerful swords, the effect of vibranium is really good, and it has the property of absorbing shocks. If this energy is incorporated into one's own swords, one's strength will definitely increase greatly. If vibranium could be added to the suit, this impact-absorbing material would definitely be great. Dreaming about a bright future, Sha Luo moved forward faster. As soon as they arrived over the Germa kingdom, alarms started sounding below. Obviously they have already discovered it, but this is also Sha Luo's purpose. Instead of sneaking in and then having a heated conversation with the other person, it's better to have a fight first and then have a good conversation. Germa is not a good person. He will fight with the opponent without equal strength. Cooperation is a dead end. The first thing Sha Luo has to show is his own strength. Only when the other party understands how powerful he is he will not dare to make small moves behind his back. After a while, a large number of soldiers came out of the castle. Then 5 figures of different colors and wearing combat uniforms appeared. It was none other than the ruler of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge and his 4 children. Intruder, what is your purpose here? When Judge saw the person he didn't recognize, but judging from his temperament, he was not a simple person, so he could only tentatively inquire about the situation first. I want the kingdom of Germa to help me build some combat uniforms, and then help me recast my sword. Oh, by the way, if possible, can the pink lady over there let me take her on board? I fell in love with her at first sight. Sha Luo said with a joking tone and a smile. Are you kidding? Do you think Germa is your servant? You actually dare to come and provoke me. I think you are impatient with life. After hearing what Sha Luo said, Judge was furious and made a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. Don't be angry. I'm here with sincerity. I have a research chart of the technology here. I can give this technology to you and also bring it to you. The suit is upgraded. Quote, Sha Luo spread her hands and expressed. No matter what skills you brought here, if you dare to provoke Germa, you will only die. Yes, I understand the process. Isn't it just a fight first? Come on. Sha Luo smiled helplessly. She never thought that the other party would agree directly at first, so she simply stated the request directly. Everything will be settled after the fight is over. Vinsmoke Judge is a very cowardly person. When facing danger, he will show his cowardly side, and it will be easier to negotiate terms at that time. The premise is that you are stronger than him. It just so happens that Sha Luo is very powerful now. Reiju, IG, let him see how powerful Germa is. Judge issued the order calmly, and Reiju and IG immediately entered combat mode after receiving the order. In a flash, he arrived near Sha Luo and surrounded him from left to right. Why don't you come together? Sha Luo said to Judge. Are you looking down on us? Hearing Sha Luo's words about Judge, Iji felt that he had been underestimated, but he had no emotions as he was emotionless. If you don't come together, then you will lose the ability to resist. Sha Luo shook his head, his tone calm as if he was telling something that was sure to happen. Hey, you can leave now. Sha Luo used Shao to get behind IG and kicked him into the forest of the kingdom. This kick was merciless, including the weapon color and conquerors, coupled with Sha Luo's monster physique, it almost broke IG's waist. So fast. Everyone present only had this idea, and they didn't dare to push it too far, so everyone entered a fighting state. But now they are still much worse than they were 4 years ago. The only one who can form a fighting force is probably Judge. But at this time, Judge's strength could only reach the level of Marine Vice Admiral. Technical deficiencies have allowed him to rely on technology to reach the level he will be in 4 years. Your strength is still too young now, so please exit first. As he spoke, he had already arrived next to Niji and Yuji. When the two of them were suddenly sweating profusely, but before they could move, their heads were grabbed. Then he pulled it in the middle like a nut, and the two of them fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Sha Luo's power is no joke. Although the blood factor modified people are all made of steel, these modified people couldn't withstand the intense conqueror's haki. Niji, Yuji, Reiju yelled worriedly. Don't worry, little sister over there, they are both fine, they just fainted. But I advise you to stay still. I don't want to take action against you. Sha Luo said to Reiju in a relaxed and comfortable tone with a smile on her face. Reiju, please step back, this guy is different from others. The judge looked sternly and ordered Reiju to retreat. Reiju did not hesitate to execute the order after receiving the order. No one transformed by blood factors can resist Judge's orders. You are different from others. No wonder you have the courage to break into the Germa kingdom. But if you think that Germa only has these powers, you are totally wrong. Clone troop, all come to me. Judge showed an evil smile. In his opinion, no matter how strong the opponent is, they still haven't reached the level of the 4 emperors, as long as they use people to pile up. The best time to attack is when he shows signs of fatigue. However, his calculations were wrong. He did not predict that Sha Luo would have a monster physique like Charlotte Linlin. Physical strength was the most indispensable thing for him. Human C tactic. It's all useless, but since it's a clone, I won't be merciful. Don't look for me in the future for wasted human resources. Sha Luo pulled out the 2 swords that he had never used. He didn't even use the swords in the battle just now. He defeated Iji, Niji, and Yongji with just strength and speed. The clone soldiers rushed forward desperately. They had no fear or emotion. Conqueror's Hockey's shock had little effect on them. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sharp sword energy that can cut through steel, like a violent wind and rain, traversed the group of replica soldiers at extremely high speed. The clone soldiers are like the fruits in Fruit Ninja, which can be chopped by Sha Luo's sword energy. That's it. Armament Hockey. You have Hockey's ability in a place like Shikai, and that's the move of Golden Lion, right? Who the hell are you? Judge looked shocked. He had only used Hockey for a moment when Ig was kicked away, so he hadn't seen clearly yet, but after using both swords just now. You can clearly see the armament Hockey covering the 2 swords, and the strength is not low, and he has mastered the aura of hardening, winding and releasing. Me, Mr. Shiki is my master, maybe, even though we have only been with him for 2 years. Sha Luo looked lost in memories, recalling the scenes Shiki taught her in the past 2 years. I see, the successor of the Golden Lion. I remembered, you are the double swordsman who was reported in the news some time ago. Bounty hunter Sha Luo, right. The report of Golden Lion's death also came from you, right? Quote. Oh, I didn't expect you have heard of my reputation. I thought I had been hiding it well and no one paid attention to it. HMPH, indeed, no one would have thought that the famous bounty hunter would be the successor of the legendary pirate. It's really ironic. Even Marine was fooled by you. Judge became more and more wary of Sha Luo. This man had been hiding, but now he exposed the matter to himself. What did he want to do? Unconsciously, Judge's attitude softened, and he lost the arrogance and domineering attitude at the beginning. Have you calmed down? Then we can talk now. Seeing that Judge's attitude softened, Sha Luo also said with a smile. If you want to conquer Germa 66, I advise you not to think too much about it. Even if I try my best, I won't be able to agree to it. After much deliberation, Judge could only think that Sha Luo came here to subdue Germa 66. Otherwise, there was no need for a man who had been holding back for so long to expose himself just for the sake of a few suits. In Judge's eyes, Sha Luo has become a mastermind who knows how to hide herself. Ha 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 ha, I think you did something wrong. I'm not here to conquer Jer. The Malays are here to cooperate. Quote, you should take a look at this first. Sha Luo laughed loudly and then threw a schematic diagram of the arc reactor to Judge. Judge picked up the drawing and looked at it carefully, and after a while he looked shocked. Where did you get this? If this kind of energy design can be added to the suit, the power will be increased by at least 5 times. The drawing designs given by Sha Luo were really exquisite. He had been doing research for many years and he couldn't understand some of the designs, but it didn't stop him from understanding the function of this thing. If you want to know, talk somewhere else. This is not the place to talk. Sha Luo did not answer the question of value. Instead, she proposed to change places and talk slowly. Come with me, Reiju, come with you. After thinking calmly, Judge made a choice. After thinking about what Sha Luo just said, he spoke to Reiju again. Judge ordered the clone soldiers to carry Ig, Niji, and Yongji who fell to the ground for treatment, and then took Sha Luo towards the largest castle. Tell me, what do you have to do to hand over this drawing? Arriving at a conference hall in the castle, Judge asked Sha Luo while sitting in the chair. Haha, didn't I just say that I am here to cooperate? It would be meaningless if King Judge is still talking about how he is not sincere. Sha Luo laughed, feeling amused that Judge wanted to obtain this blueprint in exchange. The value of this blueprint is obvious to all. Especially for a country like Germa 66 that needs to rely on technology to enhance its combat power, it is undoubtedly a sky-high price. Hey, I can leave Reiju to you, I can also make the suit for you, and I can also help you recast the sword you need. That's all. Judge exhaled a heavy breath and surrendered. Father. Reiju was a little shocked. Just now he was curious about why Judge called him to discuss this matter together. He didn't expect that he was just a bargaining chip. Sha Luo shook his head and said loudly, "Not enough." "What? Then what else do you want?" Judge was a little angry. He obviously followed the other party's previous request, but I actually regretted it again, but I thought about the importance of this drawing and endured it. Haha, don't be angry, it's just a small request. I can cooperate with you on the arc reactor technology, but if I need new suits in the future, you have to help me make them, but don't worry, it won't be too much. Also, I heard that people transformed by blood factors cannot resist you, right? I need you to lift this order for Reiju. Sha Luo put her face with one hand and looked at Judge playfully, anticipating his reaction. Reiju was a little surprised. What Sha Luo said didn't seem like a joke. Could it be true that he said he fell in love at first sight from the beginning? Thinking of this, Reiju couldn't help but blush. She is the only reformer among the children of the Vinsmoke family who retains emotions. At the same time, she didn't like staying in the Germa kingdom. Since she couldn't resist her father's orders, she couldn't escape from the Germa kingdom. She yearned for the sea and freedom, so when she was young, she helped Sanji escape from the kingdom. Judge calmed down a little after hearing Sha Luo's words and thought about Sha Luo's words. If that's all I can promise you. After thinking deeply and calmly, Judge agreed to Sha Luo's request. Reiju, you don't have to listen to my orders from now on. You only need to follow Captain Sha Luo. Judge just issued an order, but this extremely contradictory order was like turning on a switch. Reiju felt that his body suddenly relaxed a lot, and the original thought that Judge could not resist also dissipated. All it took was one word from him to remove the inability of the modified person to resist Judge's order. Well, isn't that right? This is the complete design. Sha Luo took out the design drawing of the arc reactor and threw it to Judge. The latter held up this precious information and looked at it as if he was a treasure. How long does it take to make the arc reactor from the arc reactor to the production of the suit? Sha Luo asked. I don't know, it could be 1 month, it could be 2 months, it could be a year. Everything must be based on experiments. Judge did not look up at Sha Luo, but looked at the information carefully and casually Kaido. Then Sha Luo took out a small piece of vibranium and threw it over, which attracted Judge's attention. Sha Luo did not take out all the vibranium, but used the system to divide it into 4 pieces. What's this? Judge picked up the piece of metal doubtfully and looked at it carefully in the palm of his hand. This is a special alloy that is extremely hard. Is there any way you can integrate it into my sword and battle suit? Sha Luo did not explain clearly the effect of vibranium, but only mentioned the extremely hard effect of this alloy. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, is one of the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. Although it is not the hardest, it has the ability to absorb kinetic energy in terms of defense. But it is ranked number 1 in the Marvel world. No problem at all. I have the best equipment here to make equipment. No matter how hard the material is, it can melt it. Then how long will it take to make my sword? Leave the sword and I'll help you finish it within 3 days. And this is my phone bug. I'll let you know when it's finished. After hearing this, Sha Luo took out the 2 swords from his waist and threw them. Judge also threw a phone bug to Sha Luo. In that case, I'll just wait for you for 3 days and get the battle uniforms done as soon as possible. After saying that, Sha Luo hugged Reiju and walked towards the door of the conference room, stopping again when she was near the door. Oh, by the way, you should know that I am Lion Fruit's Esper, right? Sha Luo turned around and said thoughtfully, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He did not hide his whereabouts when he invaded here, so Judge should have seen him floating in the sky. Combined with his status as the heir of the Golden Lion, Judge can definitely guess that he has consumed the power of the lion fruit. What do you mean? Judge frowned and didn't understand what Sha Luo meant by saying this. Although I don't understand why Mr. Golden Lion rarely does this kind of thing, I still want to emphasize it. Lion fruit can control the entire island to take off at any time, and can also control the island to fall down at the same time. So no matter where you hide, I will find you, even if you are in the territory of the 4 emperors or the naval headquarters, you will not be able to escape. You don't want me to drop these small gifts from the sky to you, right? So remember not to add other little tricks in the suit. I will find someone to check it later. If I find anything, don't blame me for not letting you go for Reiju's sake. After saying that, Sha Luo winked at Reiju. At this time, Judge did not know that this was a threat from Sha Luo, but he just snorted coldly. HMPH, since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will definitely not cause any obstacles in it. You will know when the time comes when you build it yourself and give it a try. That's good. I'm very happy to have this happy cooperation. King Judge, I will be looking for you if there are new technologies in the future. Sha Luo waved and walked out with a smile on her face. She held Reiju's hand tightly and let him stick to her body. Then use Lion Fruit's ability to fly to the Tao in the sky. After Sha Luo left, Judge showed an expression of obsession and madness. Such a sophisticated energy technology is even more sophisticated than that guy from Vegapunk. This is no longer a technology that can be thought of today. It is simply an energy technology that was thought of 1,000 years ahead of the world. Judge, who was obsessed with the arc reactor design, couldn't help but murmured. On the other side, Sha Luo took Reiju back to the sailboat. As soon as they landed, several women came up to ask about Sha Luo's condition. Sha Luo, are you okay? Nami rushed forward immediately and kept touching Sha Luo to see if there was any injury. It's okay, don't worry. Didn't I say that my strength is worthy of anyone in the world or paradise? Sha Luo looked at Nami with a gentle expression. After spending this time together, Beauty was forced on board from the beginning, to trust and then to the intimacy now. Nami already regards Sha Luo as one of her valued family members. Who is she? Only then did Nami realize that Reiju was being held by Sha Luo. Just now, because she was worried about Sha Luo. So the first time he came up, he only looked at Sha Luo and didn't care about Reiju he was holding. Now after calming down, I found that Sha Luo was actually holding another woman in his arms. This made Nami a little angry. She glanced at Reiju with a hostile look, then grabbed Sha Luo's waist and told her with her eyes. Okay, you Sha Luo, I have been worrying about you here for so long, and you actually ran out to find other women. Hello, my name is Vinsmoke Reiju, and I will be Captain Sha Luo's man from now on. Reiju spoke in an intimate tone, with an ambiguous expression on his face, and rested his head lightly on Sha Luo's shoulder. What Sha Luo people, the crew is the crew, you are the youngest, get to the back of the queue. Reiju's words seemed to irritate Nami and she was instantly irritated. Haha, Captain Sha Luo said that he fell in love with me at first sight when he saw me, and he even specifically asked me to be on his ship in terms of cooperation. Reiju held his chin with one hand, smiled shyly, and continued to provoke Nami without taking it too seriously. What, Sha Luo, ULSP, you eat from the bowl and look at the pot all day long, right? Don't come to me again. Nami was furious and was about to push Sha Luo away and walk to the cabin. How dare Sha Luo let her go? He immediately held her in his arms and comforted her. It's nothing. I felt the most sorry for you Nami that time. I didn't think there were many people around so I could find you some friends to relieve your boredom. Sha Luo smiled helplessly and comforted him with sweet words for a long time. In the end, the young Nami was still no match for LSP Sha Luo, and fled back to the cabin with a blush. In such a large audience, with her sister also present, Nami was still thin-skinned. Reiju, you too, this look doesn't suit you. Once you get along with Nami for some time, you will know that she is not a bad person either. Haha, what kind of person does Captain Sha Luo think is suitable for me? Reiju acted more charming. Just like it is in normal times, you can visit here first. I will take you back to our base later. After all, we have to stay here for 3 days. Sha Luo let go of Reiju. He was really afraid that he couldn't help but carry Reiju directly back to the captain's cabin. Yes, Captain Sha Luo. Reiju chuckled. Hello, Sister Reiju, I am Kaya, the ship's doctor on this ship. Please take care of me in the future. Kaya smiled, walked up and held Reiju's hand. You are Kaya, Sha Luo just told me about you, saying that you are the little angel on his ship. He can come to you whenever he is sick. Reiju said with a gentle look on his face. Kaya and Nokigao were not as hostile to Reiju as Nami was, and they quickly became familiar with each other. All I can say is that he is worthy of Reiju. He has a gentle personality, elegant manners, and is sociable. He has a straight face. Hey, you guys don't really have a crush on her, so you went all the way to North Blue to find her. Karina walked up to Sha Luo and bumped his stomach with her elbow, lowering her voice and asking curiously. Log in to earn coins. Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't catch you on the boat just because I fell in love with you. I knew you were really stubborn. You didn't do anything to the beautiful women on the ship, but you still went to find them outside. Karina said with a speechless expression. Hey, are you talking about you? Speaking of which, I remember someone promised me that she would give me a reward as long as she went shopping with her, but I don't know who forgot about it. Sha Luo smiled evilly, and Karina, who was almost named, retorted with a red face. Oh, isn't it just a reward? There's nothing to worry about. I'll just make it up to you later. No, I want it now. Ah, well, the bathtub in the new bathroom of this ship is quite big, but it's been quite lonely for me to take a bath by myself. Why don't we take a bath together? Just think of it as a little reward for me. After all, just carry it. Hey, let's change the reward or something. It's still broad daylight. Let's wait until night to take a bath or something. Karina blushed and spoke in Sha Luo's ear with an extremely weak voice. Sha Luo ignored what Karina said and walked straight into the cabin. Nokigao on the side noticed the situation there, but just chuckled and watched away. An hour passed. Sha Luo opened the bathroom door, and the mist of hot water filled the room. The two walked out of the bathroom. Karina's face was blushing and a little shy. I didn't know you had learned all these weird things. Hehe, if you weren't already tired, it wouldn't be a problem to wash for a few more hours. Karina rolled her eyes at him and turned back to her room. In fact, he has the physique of a steel balloon, plus the ability to absorb energy from food. In the case of equal strength, even fighting the 4 emperors or Marine Admiral for 10 days and 10 nights is nothing. It is estimated that Marine Admiral and others will die first from exhaustion in the end. Sha Luo went back to her room, changed her clothes and walked to the hall. At this time, there was laughter in the hall. Reiju, Nami, and Nuaochi Gaozhong didn't know what they were talking about, but everything was peaceful. Sha Luo looked at this scene in surprise. Nami, who was at odds with Reiju just now, was talking to Reiju with a smile on her face. What is going on? Sha Luo looked confused. Reiju on the opposite side noticed his arrival first and winked at him. Good guy, you are indeed a woman with a lot of sociability. A young man like Nami is still too young to fight with you. At this time, others also discovered Sha Luo's arrival. Sha Luo, you're here. Where have you been? I can't find you, and neither can Karina. Nami saw it and moved forward happily. I just felt a little hot and took a shower. Karina is probably a little tired and went back to her room to rest. Is that so? Is the weather very hot? It feels good. Nami felt a little strange, but she didn't care and said happily. Speaking of which, why did your relationship with Reiju suddenly become so good? Nami's face suddenly turned red after being questioned by Sha Luo, and she pushed him to go to Nuochigao. It's nothing, you don't need to know about girls' topics. Sha Luo walked to sit down next to Reiju with a puzzled look on her face, and then asked quietly. What did you say to Nami? How could you get it done so quickly? Reiju smiled mysteriously and said something similar to Nami's. It's better that you don't get involved in girls' secrets. TCH, if you don't tell me, don't tell me. Sha Luo turned her head and stopped asking. Brother Sha Luo, come and try my newly researched pudding. Kaya pushed a small dining cart and walked over with a plate of pudding. Looks like it tastes pretty good, thanks Kaya. Sha Luo took it, picked one up with a fork and threw it into his mouth, then showed a happy smile. Sister Nami, please come and try it too. Kaya picked up the pudding from the dining car and handed it to the other girls. Sister Kaya's craftsmanship has improved again, and the desserts are becoming more and more delicious. Nochigao praised directly. Indeed, this is the best dessert I have ever tasted. Reiju praised it without hesitation after tasting it. No, it's still far behind Sister Nuaochigao's cooking skills. After all, Brother Sha Luo said that Sister Nuaochigao has reached an advanced level of cooking, and I'm still at the intermediate level. Kaya was a little shy after being praised. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious, were all of you chefs originally? Reiju asked curiously. From what she said from Nami in the previous conversation, she learned that everyone has a hobby of cooking food, and was a little curious about Sha Luo's approach to finding so many chefs. I can only be regarded as a chef who became a monk on the way. That guy Sha Luo has a big appetite, so he has no choice but to learn cooking skills. Otherwise, Nuo Chigao will be very tired cooking alone. Nami took a nice bite of pudding and replied. I see. Reiju thought thoughtfully. Yoshi, get ready to make dinner. Let's go back to the island first. After finishing the pudding, Sha Luo stood up, stretched and walked out of the cabin. Are there other islands nearby? Do you want to return to the kingdom of Germa? Reiju was a little curious and asked Nami next to him. You'll know soon, and it will definitely shock your jaw. Nami pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer, just put on a smile. As Sha Luo controlled the ship, it flew higher and higher, passing through the thick clouds and reaching the top of the clouds. Reiju walked out of the cabin and was shocked by the scene in front of him. This is Marine Base. What appeared above the clouds was Marine Base Branch 16. Sure enough, that thing reported a few days ago was what you did. Reiju said in a positive tone. If you're talking about the Marine Branch 16 in East Blue, that's right, we did it. Sha Luo responded with a slight smile. Why do you do this? Aren't you afraid of Marine's revenge? Reiju asked doubtfully. In her opinion, as for islands, she only needs to find an uninhabited island. Why choose the eye-catching Marine base? It's a long story, but those Marine guys are also hypocritical. They clearly got the information but didn't publish it. Then Sha Luo told Reiju the story of Nami and why she wanted to attack Marine. I see, it's for Nami-san. Captain Sha Luo is really a good captain who thinks about the crew. Is this the so-called anger for beauty? After hearing the explanation, Reiju suddenly became enlightened and joked. That's right, as long as anyone dares to bully my crew, I will do whatever it takes. To get revenge on him, even if Marine comes, it will be useless. Quote, if he pissed me off, I would just use a dozen giant islands to sink his naval headquarters. It would be useless for anyone to stop him. Faced with Reiju's teasing, Sha Luo spat out extremely terrifying words unhurriedly. At this moment, Reiju deeply felt the protection of the man in front of him. Haha, you are really a responsible captain. Please pay more attention to him in the future. Reiju raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stretched out his palm. Sha Luo was stunned for a moment, then held Reiju's hand and smiled. I thought it would be a while before you would actually get on the ship. Haha, actually I originally wanted to wait for a chance to escape secretly when we landed. Reiju clasped his right hand to cover his mouth and chuckled, not caring what Sha Luo would think after hearing this. Then why are you confessing now? Sha Luo was a little surprised and didn't understand what she had done to make the girl in front of her admit herself. There is no reason. The atmosphere on the boat is very good. This atmosphere of freedom is the life I want. I can cook and chat with my companions every day, go to see the beautiful scenery around the world, and live a free life. Reiju walked to the side of the boat and leaned on the guardrail, took a deep breath, and looked at the sea below through the clouds with a softer expression. And I don't have anywhere else to go. Instead of drifting in the sea, it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay with you. Sha Luo walked over and hugged Reiju's waist, winked at her and gave her a thumbs up. Captain Sha Luo, do you usually treat the crew like this? Reiju smiled and pointed to the palm he held around his waist. That's right, this is harassment. Reiju smiled and took away Sha Luo's palm. What kind of harassment? This is my care for the crew. I treat every crew member equally. Sha Luo crossed her arms and spoke righteously. Well, I finally understand what Nami-chan said about you being annoying sometimes. Reiju said with some distress. What did Nami-chan say about me? Sha Luo looked shocked, which made Reiju chuckle at the side. Soon, the sailboat landed in the harbor. Welcome to our secret base. Longyu Island. Sha Luo opened her arms and said to Reiju in a showy manner. When did you even have a name? Nami asked in surprise. Even she didn't know that the base had changed its name. Just now, we can't keep calling this island the Marine Branch, so we just gave the island a name. Come on Reiju, I'll show you around here. Nami and the others have to make dinner, so don't disturb them yet. Sha Luo laughed, then took Reiju's hand and took her around the island. Actually, I also want to cook with Nami-chan and the others. It would be very interesting. Reiju hesitated before speaking out his plan. Ahem, don't be in a hurry. There will be plenty of time in the future, so let me take you to get familiar with this island first. I will teach you how to cook when I have time later. Can Captain Sha Luo still cook? Reiju was a little curious. You don't know this, right? In fact, Nami and Karina both. He's the chef I taught you. Sha Luo folded her arms with a proud look on her face and attributed the credit for the advanced cooking book to herself. I'm impressed by Captain Sha Luo. Reiju clapped his hands and chuckled. The man in front of me is really easy to understand. He is a little narcissistic and likes to pretend. He is very decisive and neat when fighting, and he is extremely protective of his companions. We need to add another LSP attribute. But he is a really good captain. Reiju thought this in his heart, and the smile on his face became brighter. Then Sha Luo took his hand and began to slowly explain the facilities on the island. However, when Sha Luo introduced the crew training room, he was still surprised. Is this the key to your becoming stronger? Reiju asked in surprise. He stepped forward and touched the door, feeling a little weird. That's right, now Nami, Nokigao, and Karina will all train here. In addition to learning medical skills every day, Kaya will also train here for a while. But starting from tomorrow, you will also be a member of this place, and I will do my best to teach you how to become stronger. Quote, after talking about it, Sha Luo's expression also became serious. He has always been very strict in teaching his crew to become stronger. That's really exciting. Ha ha ha, Reiju, your physical fitness is much higher than that of Nami and others, so you can practice a lot. I will personally teach you the application of armament hockey, as well as observation hockey, as well as the methods of Marine 6 styles and moonwalk. These are techniques that will be more commonly used in actual combat in the future. Sha Luo talked about the training plan for Reiju. Oh, by the way, if you want to learn cooking, you can also learn here. After all, it has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Later Nami will give you an advanced cooking book to learn from. Suddenly, he remembered that Reiju was also interested in cooking, and then gave him instructions. Do you get twice the result with half the effort? What a magical devil fruit ability. Reiju whispered. We've almost finished introducing the facilities on this island. Now let's go back and try the feast they made. Sha Luo held Reiju in her arms and flew towards the restaurant. The big table in the restaurant was already filled with all kinds of exquisite food. Sha Luo's eyes flashed and she rushed forward. Hey, you guy, wash your hands before eating. Karina grabbed Sha Luo's face. At this time, Sha Luo felt like he had eaten a rubber devil fruit. His face stretched but it did not affect his eating speed at all. Karina-chan, the food you made is so delicious, I can't help but give you a taste first. Sha Luo couldn't speak clearly as she ate, and there was still a piece of sea animal meat in her mouth that she hadn't swallowed. A hash mark appeared on Karina's head, and Sha Luo felt a chill go down her spine, and her perspective kept shaking like an ocean. You just want to steal some food. Wash your hands and wait for us to finish. Sha Luo was thrown directly in front of the sink. Facing Karina's roar, he swallowed the meat in his mouth, stood up, washed his hands, and sat quietly at the table. Reiju chuckled lightly when he saw this, then washed his hands and sat next to Sha Luo. This kind of atmosphere is the life she has always longed for, but it can never be realized in the kingdom of Germa. Nami announced the start of dinner as the last dish was served. Sha Luo began to ravage the food on the table with a storm-inhaling posture. The girls also smiled when they saw that Sha Luo liked the food she cooked so much. After dinner, Sha Luo suggested swimming in the swimming pool, which was unanimously approved by others. Late at night, the door to Sha Luo's room opened quietly. A petite figure quietly walked in from behind the door. The figure walked to Sha Luo's bed and was eager to step forward several times, but was a little timid. Finally, he seemed to have thought of something, and finally bravely pounced on him. Chapter 11. Early morning. Sha Luo woke up from her sleep, and Nami was still sleeping beside her. Haha, Reiju, is this what you call a secret between girls? I have to say, well done. Sha Luo showed a gentle smile and stroked Nami's hair. Nami, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel something and murmured. No, Sha Luo, please find Karina and Sister Nuauchi Gao. I really can't do it anymore. Hee, you little brat, no matter how brave you are, now you know you are afraid. Sha Luo smiled proudly, then put on her clothes and walked out of the room. When I walked to the hall, the other women had woken up early and were cooking in the kitchen. Reiju, who was drinking coffee at the dining table, smiled brightly when he saw Sha Luo arriving. Sha Luo glared at her. Wake up, you and Nami both woke up so late today. Karina walked up to him with a plate of breakfast, put it down, and asked curiously. Who doesn't want to sleep in? Nami is probably sleeping in too. Sha Luo ate like it was none of her business, while Reiju just smiled and said nothing. Is that so? That's really rare. Karina scratched her head. It's time for you to start your cultivation to the next level. I will personally teach you how to practice after breakfast later. Sha Luo immediately changed the topic and focused it on Nami. By the way, are there any craftsmen in Reiju and Germa Kingdom? Sha Luo looked at Reiju as if thinking of something and asked. Yes, the kingdom of Germa has its own craftsman group. Why do you ask? Reiju was a little confused. Is Sha Luo trying to build something? Hee, don't we have to stay here for a few more days? It just so happens that this island needs craftsmen to renovate and dismantle some of Marine's equipment. Also remove the obstructive Marine logo. You may need to talk to your father about this, but I don't think he will refuse. No problem. I'll go right away. Sha Luo showed off all the food on the table in one breath, and then flew out quickly. Hey, there's still a lot of breakfast. Don't you plan to finish it? Let's eat when I get back. Sha Luo didn't look back, and her figure quickly swooped towards the Germa kingdom. Arriving at the castle gate, the clone soldiers also recognized Sha Luo. He immediately went in and informed Judge. After a while, Judge came out with red eyes. What's the matter again? You didn't stay up all night studying the arc reactor, did you? Sha Luo looked at Judge with a strange expression. Now Judge looked like a sloppy uncle. With red eyes and messy hair, he looked like he had just come out of a garbage dump. If you are just here to see this, then I will continue to study it. Judge looked unhappy and turned back to the laboratory. He has no time to pay attention to Sha Luo now. When he officially started researching it yesterday, the more he devoted himself to it, the more he could feel the charm of the arc reactor. Now he is fully devoted to the experiment. Hey, don't, I have something to ask you to help me with. Sha Luo immediately stopped in front of him and hugged Judge's shoulders with a smile. Acting like a good buddy. What's the matter? Judge said impatiently. I heard Reiju say that you have a craftsman group here, right? My island just needs to be renovated, so I want to borrow some people from you to renovate the architecture of my island. Just these little things. That's all. Judge sighed, and then ordered the clone soldiers to find the craftsman group. Don't bother me with my research if there's no big deal in the future. If you have anything to do, just ask Reiju to come down and arrange it. After Judge said a word, he turned around and left, continuing to devote himself to his experiments. Sha Luo shrugged. He was so straightforward. It seemed that the arc reactor was still very attractive to him. Well, since it's all up to Reiju, I won't be polite. Sha Luo used his sense of perception to sense the sea area and found no life forms before placing the island down. Since being photographed by Newsbird last time in Dragon Park, Sha Luo has been extremely careful about this kind of thing. If this was filmed, wouldn't it be a big deal? After the team of clone craftsmen were all on the island, Sha Luo lifted the island into the air again to avoid staying too long. After Sha Luo arranged the design, Nami was already up. After breakfast, returned to the sailboat to start today's training. But Nami's face was still a little blushing, and she was obviously a little shy about her bold move last night. However, Sha Luo ignored her shyness and continued to chat with Nami as usual. Arriving at the practice room, Sha Luo let go of Nami and his expression became serious. This was his usual style of teaching practice. Okay, now that it's all expired, I'll start talking. Seeing Sha Luo's face become serious, everyone also entered the state and began to listen attentively. First, let's talk about the training methods of Marine 6 styles and moonwalk. Marine 6 styles can be said to be a very effective physical training for the subsequent practice of hockey. It is also closely related to hockey. It can be called an introductory tutorial for hockey. But unfortunately, I only know two of them, shaving and moonwalk. Shaving is achieved through the rebound force generated by stepping on the ground in rapid succession to achieve rapid movement speed. Speaking of this, Sha Luo stopped and demonstrated to the girls. Call out. In an instant, Sha Luo's figure arrived at another place, leaving only an afterimage that disappeared. Although this principle is very simple, it requires very strong control over the posture and the speed and rhythm of the force. The next step is moonwalk. Moonwalk can be said to be a variant of shaving, but its training requirements are much more difficult than shaving. Sha Luo once again demonstrated the use of moonwalk. Moonwalk uses a high speed to step on the air during the jump, thereby changing the movement trajectory in the air. It can also be used to lift into the air for air combat. Generally speaking, once you have practiced shaving, you can basically use moonwalk, but with moonwalk you can master the direction of movement and rhythm of stepping in the air. I don't know the remaining 6 moves, but I can teach you the principles of the other 6 moves. The first is the Tempest Kick. The Tempest Kick uses high-speed kicking skills to create a vacuum around it, thus forming an air slash. It is roughly like blowing up with a straw, and the air shoots out from the other side. With that said, Sha Luo wanted to demonstrate the kicking technique again. Call out. Sha Luo's kick seemed to create a sonic boom, and huge air slashes flew out. Forehead. Even Sha Luo herself was confused. She turned around and looked at the girls, her eyes seeming to say, "Is this what you said?" Ahem, no, it's probably because my physical strength is enough, and shaving and moonwalk are both training on the legs, so after learning the first 2, it's not that difficult to learn Tempest Kick, but you also know, I am a swordsman, and I generally don't use my feet to cut out sword energy. Sha Luo coughed twice and demonstrated awkwardly. Just now she said she didn't know how to do it, but she tried it on the spot. It felt a bit like Versailles. The main reason is that Sha Luo's physique is too strong. After reaching the standard, he can easily learn it after knowing the principles. Finally, let's talk about the remaining items. Finger pistol condenses the whole body's blood on the fingers to make them extremely hard. It is as powerful as a pistol, but it is useless, so I recommend not learning it. Iron body is similar to finger pistol, but it speeds up the blood flow in the body, speeds up muscle movement, and makes the muscles harder. However, you cannot move when using this move. Using this move in the Grand Line is tantamount to seeking death. Who should use it? Whose dead move? Paper arts is more interesting. It is a way to release all the strength from the whole body, making the person float in the wind like paper. You need to feel the airflow of the opponent's attack to dodge. But paper arts has a key point in practicing observation hockey. That is the perception of the flow of air around you. Learning observation hockey also requires perception, and perception of anything. Seeing Sha Luo talking about hockey, several people listened even more attentively, for fear of missing any details. Observation hockey is also a magical power. It can sense the surrounding life forms and the enemy's attack position en route. Some special forms of knowledge can perceive human emotions, and those who have cultivated to the highest level can even predict the future. Predict future. The girls were all surprised when they heard what Sha Luo said about the profound observation hockey ability. Yes, there are observation hockey users in this world who have learned to predict the future. Sha Luo said calmly, while Reiju looked thoughtful. The powerful person you are talking about who can predict the future should be Charlotte Katakori, the second son of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, right? Yes, there are not many observation hockey users who can predict the future. There is probably only one person among the 4 emperors who can use it. Sha Luo nodded and admitted. 4 emperors. The other girls except Reiju were a little curious about who the 4 emperors were. It deserves the attention of Sha Luo and Reiju. Reiju looked at Sha Luo with a puzzled look. In his opinion, Sha Luo knew about the 4 emperors and should have told a few girls about this. Unexpectedly, these women didn't even know about the famous 4 emperors of the Grand Line. Ahem, the 4 emperors are the 4 legendary great pirates, namely the pirate King Roger. After the death of Roger, the sea fell into chaos, and the Grand Line became the hardest hit area by pirates. Countless people wanted to go to sea to find the One Piece. In the end, the world government was unable to stop this violent era and drove the pirates into the second half of the Grand Line. That place is now also called the New World. Strong men are everywhere in the New World, but among them, there are the 4 most powerful pirate emperors. They are called the 4 Emperors. Then Sha Luo told them about the origin of the 4 emperors, and the girls were like country bumpkins, and then they realized how vast the sea was. They knew Whitebeard. They had heard the name Whitebeard when they were young. Even this name was used by adults to scare children. Over time, people have become familiar with Whitebeard's name. Unexpectedly, he is one of the 4 emperors in the second half of the Grand Line, and is also known as the strongest man in the world. I didn't expect that the big pirate Whitebeard they talked about when I was young was actually the 4 emperors. Kureha said with emotion, showing a knowledgeable look. Okay, that's not what you should be thinking about now. You should seize the time to improve your strength. When we get to the Grand Line, I will find a devil fruit for Nami that is very suitable for her. Sha Luo interrupted the women's sighs. Ah, devil fruit. Let's forget it. I feel like practicing physical skills is quite good now. If you eat devil fruit, you will become a landlubber. Who will save you if you fall into the water in the future? Nami thought of the scene when Kureha ate the devil fruit. A drop of cold sweat fell from her head and she said with a forced smile. It's different. My devil fruit ability has no side effects, and the fruit I chose for you is the strongest devil fruit among the 3 fruits. Sha Luo shook his head and explained. How is it possible? Demon fruit power is a human being cursed by the sea. No one can escape the curse of the sea. How did you make the fruit have no side effects? Reiju looked at Sha Luo in shock. The words the other party just said were too devastating to her cognition. Everyone knows that devil fruit is cursed by the sea, and any person with abilities will become weak in the sea. And you cannot eat 2 devil fruit at the same time, otherwise you will explode and die. This is a recognized fact in the sea. No one dares to try to eat 2 devil fruit to verify its authenticity. Hehe, this is my secret. There will be no other person in the world who can use devil fruit's ability without side effects. Sha Luo smiled mysteriously and did not explain how her devil fruit ability without side effects came from. At this time, Kureha couldn't stand it anymore. In this way, she was the only one in the group who was really influenced by high Mizukage. Kureha ran to Sha Luo and hugged his arm. Captain Sha Luo, please tell me. I am the only demon fruit power in the group now. What will happen if I fall into the sea? Kureha said seductively to Sha Luo in a cooing voice. This frightened Sha Luo so much that he trembled. He really couldn't stand Carly Na's voice. Okay, I told you that you can't get rid of the side effects of devil fruit. This is all because of my physical constitution. My constitution has erased the curse of devil fruit. After getting the answer, Kureha returned to her original place and sat down with a disappointed look on her face. She knew something about Sha Luo's physique. His monster-like strength and physical strength allowed him to fight without sleep for more than 10 days. She admits that she does not have this quality. But Reiju obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't ask too much. Then let's start practicing first. Reiju, I will teach you how to use hockey. The others will practice Sha and Moonwalk first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. After saying that, Sha Luo took Reiju to another open space. Sha Luo asked, do you want to practice observation hockey or armament hockey? Reiju thought about it. Kaido, observation hockey. Observation hockey, it's very difficult. Observation hockey requires cultivation talent, but you can master it in the training room one day, ha ha ha. Sha Luo smiled, and also gave a little reminder to Reiju's choice of observation hockey, which was more difficult. Then he took out a white cloth from the space, walked behind Reiju and covered her personally. Captain Sha Luo, are you going to play something? Reiju tilted his head in confusion. Sha Luo was ashamed. What was this woman thinking about all day long? Ahem, this is the prerequisite for practicing observation hockey. Next, you have to sense my attack and dodge it. Sha Luo took out a small branch and circled it around Reiju. I see. Blindfold your eyes to predict the attack through your body's perception. Here we come. Sha Luo waved slowly with a small branch. The attack whip hit Reiju's body, and the latter gritted his teeth without making any sound. I practiced like this all day long. Clatter. The attack was empty. It seems that I have found some feelings. Looking at the somewhat panting Reiju, he said happily. Well, it's also thanks to the captain's teachings. Reiju took off the cloth from his eyes and smiled Kaido. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, Nami and the others have probably prepared dinner. I didn't expect you to last so long. It seems that the physique of Germa's modified people is indeed extraordinary. Well, there is always a price to pay for a strong acquired physique. After all, I don't have a monster physique like you, Captain Sha Luo, but now this price has been lifted by you. Haha, I took it as your compliment. As they walked, Sha Luo suddenly started to be dishonest again, hugged Reiju and lowered her head and asked intimately. It didn't hurt you just now, did it? Do you want to go to my room tonight and let me rub it for you? No need, Captain, you also know that the physique of my transformed human is made of steel and iron. This kind of attack will recover quickly for me. Reiju smiled and refused. Why didn't you give in to Nami when you started to give in? Now you're scared alone. Sha Luo did not give up and instead used the aggressive method. Haha, I don't understand what Captain Sha Luo is talking about. Reiju started to act stupid and turned away. Forget it, I won't bother with you this time. He returned to the restaurant. Sure enough, Nami and the others had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Captain Sha Luo, we have almost eaten the food we prepared before, and we need to replenish some. Nuo Chigao walked to Sha Luo and said sadly. No problem, I will hunt some Poseidon beasts later and then go to the Germa kingdom to replenish some supplies. Reiju, it's up to you to purchase some supplies. You are familiar with Germa. Sha Luo patted Reiju on the shoulder. Judge said, if you need anything, just let Reiju know. Then there's nothing wrong with buying some supplies for free without giving money. Day 3 at North Blue. Clatter. Sha Luo swung but Reiju dodged it. You are still very quick at understanding what you see and hear, and you can already sense my attack now. Sha Luo smiled and looked at Reiju who continuously dodged his attacks. Haha, that's all. If the captain attacks with all his strength, I won't be able to keep up with my current knowledge and perception. That's not bad, although with the blessing of the training room, observation hockey has mastered the basics in 3 days and will gradually become stronger through continuous practice in the future. The first stage of training Reiju to see and hear the color has ended, and Sha Luo is also retracting the twig. Reiju, who sensed Sha Luo's movement, also took off the cloth. Is it time to start training in armed color now? Reiju's eyes revealed a confident smile. The past few days of practice have made her truly feel her improvement. This kind of improvement can directly increase the combat power of different suits. Instead, it began to become stronger than before. Well, the practice of seeing, hearing, and can come to an end. After that, I can practice slowly. I can practice against Nami and the others. Sha Luo looked at Reiju with relief. Blue brew brew. A burst of phone calls interrupted the daily routine of practice. Hello, kid, your sword has been forged, you can come down and get it. Judge's voice came from the phone, and there was clearly a hint of fatigue in his voice. Right away, the two looked at each other and then flew off the renovated Longyu Island. Arriving at the castle gate, Judge was already waiting here. When he saw Sha Luo coming, he swung the 2 swords and threw them over. Sha Luo took the dead tree and Sakura pulled it out to check. The cold light was sharp and the blade was like autumn frost. The appearance is still the same as before, and it doesn't feel unfamiliar when used. Thank you, it is indeed Germa's handiwork. Sha Luo praised it without hesitation. Sure enough, after hearing Sha Luo's praise, Judge's body stagnated and he said proudly. Germa's technology is one of the best in the world, and he can easily build swords. But the metal you gave me is strange. It has the ability to absorb energy. Ordinary flames really can't attack it. Sha Luo took out a piece of vibranium again and threw it over. This thing is not easy to get. It is an extraterrestrial product, a substance extracted from meteorites. Are this and the rest still enough to make the few suits I need? Judge picked up the vibranium, frowned and thought for a moment. That should be enough. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that one of the suits needs to be able to store electricity. The function of storing electricity is not that Judge has not designed it. Niji's suit has the function of storing electricity and releasing it. But the design of storing electricity would be incompatible with the design of the arc reactor. Since we have the arc reactor, why do we need to add the design of storing energy through electricity? Niji is a little confused about Sha Luo's thoughts. Yes, but the arc reactor you gave has power supply. Energy charging function. Quote, I see, then let's maximize the power storage of this suit. This suit will be of great use to me. Do you want to use it? Judge asked curiously. No. Okay, got it. Since it wasn't used by Sha Luo, it must have been used by the women on his ship. It's nothing, so I'll do my own research. I guess it will take some time for the research results to come out. Judge turned and left without any regret. Has your father always been such a scientific lunatic? Sha Luo turned to look at Reiju next to her. Looking at Judge looking like this, he probably hasn't showered for 3 days and 3 nights, and his hair is already in such a mess. Coupled with the intense use of eyes, the eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. It's usually not like this. Maybe the thing you gave him is attractive enough to make him forget about food and sleep. Reiju shrugged. Well, after staying for 3 days, it's time to set sail again. We are finally heading to the Grand Line. Sha Luo took Reiju back to Longyu Island and informed the other girls that they were about to start sailing again. The target this time is the Grand Line. After hearing the news, the women were very excited and immediately packed up their things and came to the boat. With Sha Luo's order, the sailing ship set sail again. 5 days later, thanks to Nami's superb sailing skills, we finally arrived at Upside Down Mountain. Is this the entrance to the Great Route, Upside Down Mountain? It's so spectacular. Looking at the water flowing upstream, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The water flow here is very fast, and some of the water flows back after hitting the mountain wall, while the seawater flowing into the waterway literally reaches the sky. Sha Luo and Reiju, who had already known each other for a long time, did not change their expressions. The former had seen the animation, and the latter had already been here. Speaking of which, do you have any dreams of entering the Grand Line? Nami asked everyone with a smile. My dream is to draw a map of the world. Then I will become the best ship doctor in the world. Kaya folded her hands and smiled softly. Dream, Karina said thoughtfully, then her eyes turned into section. Become the richest person in the world, and then live the most enjoyable life, hehehehe. What a cheesy dream. I want you to take care of it. Where are you, Sha Luo? Nami turned to look at Sha Luo and asked. Me, didn't I tell you about my dream? Sha Luo scratched his head and asked doubtfully. I want to travel around the world, eat delicious food from all over the world, become the strongest man and challenge all the masters in the world, and then find pure gold that can make me immortal, and then spend a long and happy life with you. Sha Luo grinned and spoke of her grand dream. Ha! When the girls heard Sha Luo's dream, their mouths opened slightly, and they all uttered surprises. This dream of yours is quite difficult. Reiju covered his mouth and chuckled. But I will definitely make it happen, Sha Luo said with a confident smile. After hearing Sha Luo's confident words, everyone recovered from the shock. My dream, my purpose of going to sea is actually just to travel around. Now I guess I want to become the best cook on the ship, right? Nuo Chigao held her chin with one hand and looked thoughtful, then smiled and said. I want to live a free life, but now, I have achieved it. The next arrangements are all up to you, Captain Sha Luo. Reiju showed a gentle smile and talked about the dream that had been buried in his heart. But that is no longer a dream, it is already her reality. Haha, now that I have fulfilled a dream, I am looking for one. Nami, let's charge, aim for the Grand Line. Sha Luo raised her arms and shouted, pointing in the direction of Upside Down Mountain, the entrance to the Great Route. Nami operated the boat towards Upside Down Mountain, and the rapid current made it impossible for them to turn back. But she has trust in Sha Luo. No matter what problem occurs, Sha Luo can solve it. The sailboat surged forward with the current. Hurry up and put the canvas away. The waterway is too narrow. If you continue like this, you may hit someone. Of the wall. Quote, Nami gave the order calmly. Sha Luo came under the mast, grabbed the rope and pulled hard, and the open canvas slowly folded up. The vessel then entered the waterway under Nami's control. Woohoo, Great Route, here we come. Sha Luo stood on the bow of the boat, feeling the strong wind and shouting. The high-speed upward current drives the boats upstream together. At this time, Nami's navigation technology has improved much faster than in the original work. Coupled with the strong physique gained from training, operating this sailboat is still a piece of cake. Seeing that the ship was about to reach the highest peak, Nami immediately turned the rudder and waited for the ship to enter the road to the Grand Route when it rushed to the highest peak. Blah blah blah. The sailboat rushed down through the wind and waves. Woo! Suddenly a deafening roar fell on everyone's ears. Sha Luo was stunned for a moment when she heard this cry, and then she remembered the whale Laboon in the original novel. Is that the sound of a whale just now? Nami asked with some confusion. Yes, that is West Blue's island whale. You will definitely find it interesting when you see it. Sha Luo showed a playful smile, looking forward to Nami's expressions later. As the ship sailed out of the fog, this magnificent sea emerged before everyone's eyes. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone smiled. Then Nami suddenly realized something was wrong. A huge black shadow appeared directly in front of the waterway, which frightened her and she quickly shouted. Sha Luo, why is there such a big rock at the exit? You never told me. Ha ha ha, that's not a rock. Don't care if it's a rock or not. Use your power to float the ship. If this continues, it's going to hit you. Nami shouted in horror that she could not control the speed of the boat going downhill. If it hit her, she would die. Although she also believed in Sha Luo, this was because she was too nervous to react at once. Give it to me. Sha Luo controlled the boat and flew up, landing steadily in the sea in front of the lighthouse, and then took the girls to the coast to have a rest. Phew, saved. Nami wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking like he had been saved. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous. Sha Luo stepped forward, hugged the girl and touched her head. What you just mentioned is not a rock, what is it? Nami asked curiously after taking a breath after looking at the huge object in front of him. Exclamation mark. Island whale. Island whale. After hearing Sha Luo's answer, the girls looked at the huge island-like whale and were frightened out of their wits. Of course, the only ones who were frightened were Nami and Kureha. Kaya and Nokigao were still relatively normal, with their mouths slightly open. Squeak. Ha ha ha, island whales are only found in West Blue. This island whale was brought here by a certain pirate group. Then Sha Luo told several people the story of Laboon, the island whale. Until the squeaking sound broke Sha Luo's story. The small door of the lighthouse opened, and then an old Mediterranean man dressed like a native Indian walked out of it. Oh, are you new pirates to the Grand Line? You actually know about Laboon. Crocodile marveled at the men at the lighthouse and the ships below. I didn't expect that I could still control the ship at such a rapid speed without hitting Laboon. It's really an incredible skill to control the ship. Crocodile sighed inwardly, but what he didn't know was that Sha Luo had just used lion fruit to fly over. Exclamation mark. Otherwise you would definitely recognize that the fruit ability used by Sha Luo is lion fruit. No, we are not pirates, we are just a passing adventure group. Crocodile looked at Sha Luo and the others in surprise. Adventurers are really rare these days. Are there any adventurers who are not pirates? Since he stayed at Twin Capes for so many years, he has met all kinds of people, all of whom sailed towards this sea with dreams, greed, and desires. But what he saw in this young man's eyes was purity. Maybe he was really just an adventurer who went to sea for adventure. Crocodile smiled at the thought. I see, the sea weather on the Grand Route is very changeable. You should be ready to record the pointer, right? Yep. Nami somehow pulled out a ball from his chest, which contained the special pointer used by the Grand Line. Then I wish you a safe journey. Crocodile said with a smile. Wait, Mr. Cloacus! Exclamation mark. Young man, do you have anything else to do? Crocodile looked at Sha Luo doubtfully. There is indeed something going on. Sha Luo jumped from the boat and slowly drew out her sword. I want to experience your strength as a member of the Pirate King's crew. A trace of surprise flashed in Crocus's eyes, and Kaido looked indifferent. What's the crew of the Pirate King? I'm just a lonely old man guarding the entrance to the waterway. Young man, are you looking for the wrong person? Haha, it's useless to quibble. Mr. Shiki told me all about the identity of One Piece's crew. Sha Luo smiled slightly and said, the next moment. The long sword in his hand cut out a sword energy. Slash wave. The sharp sword energy rushed straight away. Crocus covered armament hockey with the sole of his foot and kicked away Sha Luo's slash wave. Golden Lion's moves. You are the inheritor of that guy from Golden Lion. Crocus shouted in surprise. Exclamation mark. Sha Luo, are you actually the inheritor of the great pirate Golden Lion? Before Sha Luo could reply, Nami and Karina were the first to speak out in surprise. Era, don't you know that you have been together for so long? Reiju looked at Sha Luo strangely, as if asking, didn't you tell your crew this information? Ha ha ha, didn't I tell you before that I once lived on an uninhabited island for 2 years, and then I met Mr. Shiki who drifted to the shore. After I rescued Mr. Shiki, I became his disciple and studied swordsmanship for 2 years. It wasn't until his death that I went to sea. Sha Luo responded with a smile. I haven't said it at all, okay. You only said the first half, but I haven't heard you mention the second half. The two women said with anger on their faces. They didn't expect that Sha Luo had hidden so much from herself after being together for so long. Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid of your disgust, Nami-chan, so I won't mention it at all. Nami was moved when he heard that Sha Luo was doing it for him. He knew that he had always hated pirates before, so he did not reveal his identity to him. HMPH, no matter who you are, don't try to get rid of me in the future, do you hear me? Exclamation mark. Nami said with a hint of anger and arrogance. Yes, yes, Sha Luo laughed, then turned to look at Crocus. Didn't you expect that a guy like Golden Lion would die in obscurity? It's really sad. Crocus sighed, then saw Sha Luo's eager expression and said immediately. If you are here to fight with me, then you are disappointed. I am just a retired ship's doctor. There are many strong men in this grand line to compete with you. My strength is not as good as yours. Crocus shook his head and raised his hands in surrender. Alas, your attitude makes me lose the desire to fight. Sha Luo sighed and took back the sword. I thought I could test the strength of the former Pirate King's ship doctor to see if there were all strong men on the Pirate King's ship. I didn't expect the latter to admit defeat so simply. Ha ha ha, after all, I am just a ship's doctor and not good at fighting. The blow just now made my feet tremble. If I continue to fight, I will die. Crocus did not feel ashamed, but laughed. TCH, that's boring. Exclamation mark. Sha Luo turned around and jumped onto the boat, calling Nami and others to set sail. The women jumped back on the sailboat and set sail again. Haha, this sea is going to become more chaotic. I didn't expect that the successor of the Golden Lion would actually be born. With this guy's character, the Marines will probably have a lot of headaches in the future, ha 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 ha. Crocus stood on the shore and looked at the sailboat in the distance and couldn't help laughing. After leaving Twin Capes, it didn't take long for the weather to get dark. What's going on? Why did the storm suddenly come? Nami shouted in surprise, even though he already knew about the weather changes in the Grand Route. It was unpredictable, but I didn't expect that the weather would be so bad before we even saw the first island. Haha, this is just an appetizer, just think of it as a welcome ceremony. Sha Luo grinned, looking at the dark clouds in front of her and feeling eager to try. From the many novels he read in his previous life, people often did unexpected things, and he really wanted to imitate them. Sha Luo walked straight to the bow of the ship and drew out his swords. Hey, Sha Luo, what are you going to do? Now is not the time to do this. Come over and help. Ha ha ha, Nami, don't be so panicked. Just leave the rest to me. Sha Luo laughed and comforted Nami. There is no fear in the face of natural disasters. Powerful energy surges out of the body, armament hockey fully covers the dead tree Sakura 10. Black-blue aura and lightning enveloped Sha Luo's body. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the aura and lightning around him slowly merged into the swords, and the air seemed to be distorted. Ha 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 ha, let me see whether the natural disaster is invincible or whether I am stronger. Sha Luo laughed wildly, and his eyes flashed with something called crazy. If Sha Luo saw his data panel at this time, he would be surprised to find that his conqueror's hockey changed from C to B, directly crossing 2 small stages. When he chose to face the natural disaster, the courage he had accumulated for a long time grew and began to truly show his strength. Wei Guo. The 2 swords were swung out, and a powerful energy wave shot directly at the black cloud that looked like a natural disaster. The energy wave merged into the black clouds. Sha Luo retracted his swords and panted slightly. The move just now consumed a lot of his energy. Boom! The black clouds of lightning and thunder suddenly resembled ants scurrying away, and the powerful airflow generated by the energy wave directly blew away all the black clouds in front of Sha Luo. A powerful hurricane swept across the sea. Wow! The waves kept beating against the boat. Ah, Sha Luo, what are you doing? Nami was so frightened by this scene that she squatted on guard with her head in her hands, and continued to curse Sha Luo. What a powerful force, is it powerful? Reiju said in disbelief as he stood on the deck. It was not until the hurricane slowly dissipated that the sea returned to calm. Ha 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 ha, it's been solved anyway. Charge, head towards our great route. Sha Luo raised her arms and shouted. It was not until night that they reached the target island. Before we even got close to the island, a warm welcome sounded from the coast. This familiar scene, looking at the cactus shape behind this town, isn't it the route Luffy takes to Whiskey Mountain? Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, this pointer is actually the pointer pointing to Whiskey Mountain. Welcome, welcome to Whiskey Hill. Strange, why do people here warmly welcome a ship when they see it coming? Nami looked at the strange residents on the shore and asked her own questions. This island is called Whiskey Mountain. It is one of the strongholds of Baroque Studio. It is considered a bounty hunter's den. There are many bounty hunters living here. He would often welcome young and inexperienced pirates to come here to enjoy themselves, and then kill them in their sleep in exchange for bounties, and take away the treasure on the ship. Sha Luo explained. But there is no pirate icon on our flag. Why would they welcome us? Haha, this is the grand route. You can't use normal psychology to speculate on the people here. I guess they want to take advantage of the evil. No matter they are pirates or anyone else, the end of coming to the island here will not be good. Then do we still want to go ashore? It doesn't matter. The bounty hunters here are very weak and can't hurt us at all. Sha Luo spread her hands and smiled, not taking these bounty hunters seriously at all. These goods are meant to be used all over the world to catch small pirates. If it weren't for the protection of Baroque Studio, they wouldn't be able to make any trouble at all. It can only be deceived by inexperienced pirates. Luffy, who is just starting out, has the ability to massacre the town. Let's go up and see what tricks they will play. With Sha Luo's explanation, Nami also smiled evilly. Since they want to rob us, why can't we rob their money? Welcome, are you all pirates who have just arrived at the Grand Line? A strong man in a suit and leather shoes with egg-shaped hair greeted him with a smile. No, we are just bounty hunters passing by. Nami also greeted him with a smile, and for a moment the two of them were smiling. Bounty hunter, there should be some bounties for catching pirates, hee. A disguised bounty hunter in the crowd said to himself, but he didn't know that everything he said was heard by Sha Luo. This is Whiskey Mountain, known as the Welcome Town. I am the mayor of this town, Ikaram. The bounty hunter has prepared a banquet for you. Please come with me. Ikaram invited with a kind smile. The bounty hunter disguised as the townspeople behind him also welcomed him enthusiastically. Let's go, it's free if you don't want it. Sha Luo signaled, while Nami snickered from behind. How dare you invite Sha Luo to dinner? These guys don't know how much Sha Luo eats. I hope they won't regret it later. Kureha also had a bad smile on her face, but she hid it deeply. When she turned around, she had changed into a gentle smile. In the pub at night, the bounty hunters opened their mouths wide and looked at the plates stacked several high next to them in surprise. Looking at Sha Luo, who still has something to say, the corners of her mouth can't help but twitch crazily. Ikaram looked a little ugly and gestured to a blue-haired girl next to him. The latter immediately understood and approached Sha Luo with a large glass of beer and a warm smile. Master Bounty Hunter, don't just eat, come and have a drink too. The girl looked ambiguous, leaning next to Sha Luo and saying seductively. Sha Luo looked at the blue-haired girl and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. He would not refuse anyone like him who was leaning against her. He took the beer, then held the girl in his arms, his eyes became deep-set. Said affectionately, "Beautiful lady, what's your name? Let's have a drink." The hugged Vivi's eyes flashed with panic, and she said with some reluctance. Sir, I am Vivi, the mayor's daughter. I'm not good at drinking, so I won't keep you company." Vivi wanted to break free from Sha Luo's restraints, but she couldn't break free due to the strength, so she could only look at Ikaram helplessly. Since Miss Vivi has brought the wine, why don't you have a drink with me? If you're not good at drinking, just take a sip. The corners of Sha Luo's mouth curled up, as if she thought of something fun. Then he sucked the wine glass and bowed his head. Ah! Vivi's eyes widened, looking like she was about to cry without tears. It's over, I just came here as an undercover agent not long ago, and I just made love like this. It's the first time. Captain Sha Luo seems to really like beautiful women. Reiju looked at the sweet-looking Vivi, with her slender branches and fruity appearance, and then looked at her own figure and nodded. He is the type that Captain Sha Luo likes. Ikaram, who was not far away, started to look flustered, and subconsciously almost blurted out, Princess Vivi. Well, sir, my little girl is not good at drinking. If you want someone to drink with you, I will drink with you. Ikaram stepped forward in a panic, and it was obvious from the sweaty appearance that he was nervous at this time. Don't be so anxious, let me collect some interest first. You should have drugged the food. It really affects the taste. Sha Luo raised her head to Kaido, and even smacked her lips. It tasted really good, princess-flavored beer. Wah, what, sir, you are joking. How could we drug you? Ikaram forced a smile on his face and was still covering it up. I'm not a fledgling pirate, you can't fool me. Sha Luo smiled and directly exposed the tricks of Ikaram and others. Anyway, we've almost finished eating and the interest has been collected, so it doesn't matter if we break up now. There was silence at the banquet for a while, and the bounty hunters showed fierce looks. Ikaram's attitude also changed, showing a ferocious smile and speaking in a cold tone. Now that you've discovered it, there's nothing we can do about it. I originally wanted to kill you in your sleep. All of them. Control his crew members first and capture them all. Following Ikaram's order, the bounty hunters began to move. Nami and the others didn't care at all, looking at them like clowns. Boom. A vast aura mixed with evil thoughts rushed out of Sha Luo's body. The bounty hunters stopped one after another, their eyes turned white and they all fell down with bubbles blowing from the corners of their mouths. What's going on? Ikaram and Vivi looked at the bounty hunter who fell to the ground in horror, wondering what the boy had just done to knock everyone down in an instant. Sha Luo's conqueror's haki bypassed them, so he only felt the amazing momentum of the young man in front of him, but did not actually feel the impact of that momentum. You are the royal family of Alabasta, right? Are you Princess Vivi? Sha Luo looked down at Vivi who was so shocked that she forgot to break free from her arms. How do you know our identities? Vivi's expression was ugly, and Sha Luo's words undoubtedly revealed their identities. And I don't even know who the other person is. You don't need to worry about what I know from there, but I actually know the information you want to check. Including who is the owner of Baroque Studio and what is its purpose. What is the identity of this man? Not only does he know himself so well, he also knows Baroque's information and what his purpose is. Vivi had a fearful look on her face, and for a moment she couldn't figure out what the other person wanted to do. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have all the information you were looking for. I can also help you, but you need to agree to one request of mine. Sha Luo let go of Vivi and straightened her clothes a little. Any request? The vigilance of Vivi was let go, and she took 2 steps back, and asked hurriedly after hearing what Sha Luo said. Princess Vivi, we don't know this person's identity yet, is it really okay to rashly believe in him? Ikaram reminded with a worried tone. Vivi did not look back, but looked at Sha Luo with firm eyes, and the latter showed a playful smile. At this time, Nami and the others came over and looked at the 2 people confronting each other curiously. Why, have you fallen in love with this little girl again this time? Kureha curiously walked to Sha Luo and asked. Nami turned her head away from him. She would be angry about this before, but after being educated by Sha Luo frequently during this period, she ignored him. What? Daughter, you attracted to me? Vivi's face turned red, and when she saw Sha Luo looking at her with a playful look, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. But he soon calmed down again. The information uncovered since going undercover with the organization has led to more and more senior employees at Baroque Studios. What he comes into contact with is still at a relatively low level. If the strength of cadres at a higher level is not known, how terrifying it would be. Therefore, she needs strength. And the man in front of her has extraordinary strength. After lowering her head and thinking for a while, Vivi decisively raised her head and looked at Sha Luo with firm eyes. If you can help my country, I'll say yes to you no matter what. She has already considered that she must save her country. So she had to bet on the man in front of her. Your Highness Princess Vivi, you can't risk yourself. No matter what, please believe us, the soldiers of the kingdom will definitely protect the king and your Highness the Princess. Ikaram looked even more anxious. In his opinion, this was already a sign of Princess Vivi's distrust of them. No, Ikaram, I've already thought about it. The more we investigate, the more we find that the members of this organization are very powerful. If the boss behind the scenes is really the person we guessed, then we will undoubtedly not have the power to protect Alabasta. The more Vivi spoke, the lower her tone became. Just a while ago, she went undercover at Baroque Studios. For some reason, someone suddenly transmitted some messages to her, mostly without her noticing. Facing this mysterious man who secretly sent her information, she watched the content with a dubious attitude. Finally, an incredible conclusion was reached. The boss behind this studio is probably Alabasta's hero in recent years, Crocodile. Due to the lack of information, she still needs to further improve her status in Baroque Studio to obtain information. But the situation has gotten worse recently, extending to a point she couldn't even imagine. News broke some time ago that there were a large number of dancing fans in Hong Kong Governor Nahana. This completely aroused the anger of the people, using his childhood sweetheart Kosha as a rebel army of leaders was formed, determined to overthrow King Cobra to stop his violent behavior. This makes Vivi eager to find out the truth and then announce it when she returns to the country. In other words, she didn't have much time anymore, so she wanted to take a gamble on Sha Luo. If you can save your country, you will not hesitate to sacrifice yourself. Vivi's serious and determined look was noticed by the women behind Sha Luo. Sha Luo, tell me what's going on. Nami stepped forward and asked Sha Luo in an indifferent tone. Nothing, it's just a plan to steal the country by the 7 warlords of the sea who don't know whether to live or die. Sha Luo said casually, not caring that Vivi heard it. Really? Vivi showed a true expression. Judging from the information they had obtained before, Sand Crocodile is the most likely person to do this. But what does the plan to steal the country mean? Moreover, using the words, I don't know whether to live or die, in front of the 7 warlords of the sea shows no respect for the 7 warlords of the sea. This young man seems to be very confident that he can defeat Crocodile. Otherwise, the young man in front of him is stupid and looks at Crocodile like a frog in a well. However, judging from his courage, the former is more likely, which makes Vivi feel hopeful. 7 warlords of the sea. Is that the one you mentioned before? The 7 great pirates on the sea who are recognized by the world government, will they get into trouble if they get involved in this matter? Kureha frowned. Before, Sha Luo also told them about some situations on the sea, the 3 major forces of the Grand Line, Marine, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai. Being classified as one of the 3 major forces must have considerable strength, so Kureha had to consider it carefully. If it would involve some of Sha Luo's safety, she would refuse without hesitation and led Sha Luo not to dwell in this muddy water. But this made Vivi a little anxious. She heard what Kureha meant and immediately stepped forward and said, My lord, please help us defeat Crocodile. We can pay you 1 billion belly after we succeed. If it had been in the past, Nami and Kureha would have agreed immediately upon hearing the news of 1 billion belly. But now there are more than 3 billion Baileys in the base, and they can be considered people who have seen the world. Although it was very exciting, it still remained in a normal state. Well, I can help you defeat Crocodile. I don't have to take 1 billion Baileys, but I want you to get on my ship. Sha Luo responded with a smile, and Vivi, who was very nervous inside, also breathed a sigh of relief. What? You captain, do you know what you just said? Nami and Kureha couldn't sit still, and immediately jumped over and angrily pulled Sha Luo's collar and roared. It seems that if you don't give me an explanation, I won't be done with you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You don't really think that the royal family of Alabasta has so much money to give us? Sha Luo took away the two hands holding the collar, then stretched out his arms to hug the two women and explained. The Alabasta region is very barren. It is almost all desert and rocks. There is nothing of value at all. Even if the kingdom's treasure house contains 1 billion belly, it is estimated that the country will be truly dead after it is taken out. Sha Luo stroked their hair to comfort them, which made them calm down, but then she turned her anger towards Vivi. So, you women are lying, right? You want to have for free. Ah ha ha ha. Vivi was a little embarrassed when she was mentioned, and scratched her head in embarrassment. She had wanted to do it for free before, so she made a verbal promise first and then made plans. Well, if you can defeat Crocodile and destroy his plans, I will come aboard your ship. Vivi bowed and begged Sha Luo with a solemn expression. At this time, she closed her eyes tightly, not knowing whether the other party would agree, and she was very nervous inside. Seeing that the matter had reached this point, Ikaram had no choice but to kneel down and beg Sha Luo for help. Okay, raise your head. Since you have agreed to be my crew member, I will help you solve these problems. Sha Luo walked up to Vivi and stretched out her hand. Yes, Vivi smiled happily and took Sha Luo's outstretched hand. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to hear such a shocking secret during this mission. Princess Vivi of Alabasta, it will definitely be a great achievement if I go back and report it to the boss. Suddenly, a devilish laughter came from a dark corner nearby. I didn't expect that our boss would be Crocodile, one of the legendary pirates' 7 warlords of the sea. What an honor. Then a dull male voice sounded. A man and a woman walked out of the corner. The man looked like a rock singer and was wearing a thick coat with a number 5 printed on it. The woman was holding a parasol and wearing a short dress. She laughed just now. It was from her. Then, that is the senior cadre of Baroque Studio, Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine Makita, why do they appear here? Vivi looked panicked when she recognized the person's identity, but the hand held by Sha Luo seemed to give her courage and she calmed down again. Princess Vivi, don't make any unnecessary resistance next time, just follow us back obediently, if you don't want to get hurt. Mr. 5 stood up, his expression looked a little arrogant, and he didn't take Sha Luo seriously at all. Ignoring Sha Luo beside Vivi, she walked towards her and started picking her nose while talking. These two people, Sha Luo, had discovered it a long time ago, but they never said it, but looking at each other like this. Sha Luo's head is full of black lines. This guy's direction of developing fruits is really crooked. It's so dirty. Could you please get away from me? Sha Luo used Xiao directly in front of him and kicked him with a kick rich in armament hockey. Boom! Michita felt a stream of air fly past her quickly. She turned her head stiffly and saw that Mr. 5 had been kicked hundreds of meters away at some point and was falling to the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. It would be too wasteful for you to develop this fruit like this. Sha Luo's figure had arrived in front of her at some point, rubbing her chin while sizing her up. 10,000 kilograms of weight. Michita jumped up in fright, then pressed down on Sha Luo. Oh, the view is nice. Sha Luo put her hand in front of her forehead as if looking into the distance, and caught Michita with one hand with the other hand. The ground beneath his feet was cracked. This was not because Sha Luo's strength was not strong enough, but because the ground could not bear the gravity. He gently threw Michita up and then caught it again, and sighed after going back and forth several times. It's a bit light. Your fruit development is too poor. After hearing Sha Luo's words, Michita, who had been stunned, came back to consciousness slightly and said with a trembling voice. Weird, monster. Ha ha ha, no need to praise, your fruit ability is pretty good. Come be my crew member from now on. You can't refuse, otherwise you will end up. Sha Luo grinned mischievously and had a threatening tone at the end. Yeah, sorry, I'll join you. Michita, who was frightened by Sha Luo, immediately lifted the gravity and returned to the ground to kneel down and beg Sha Luo for forgiveness. At this time, she was frightened and tears kept coming to the corners of her eyes. Whether Mr. 5 can survive or not is no longer her concern, now she just wants to live by herself. Very good, you will be the lookout on our ship from now on. Woohoo, I finally don't need to watch the boat anymore. Sha Luo said with a happy smile, hands on hips. Haha, don't you want to see the boat? I think you are greedy for someone else's body. Nami saw that Sha Luo was not restrained and found another beautiful crew member. She came to him with a look of disdain and hit him in the abdomen with her fist. Well, the defense was still not broken, but Nami still needed to vent. Nothing. Isn't it boring to watch the sea alone all the time? Find someone. The lookout can also be the first to know the situation on the sea and report to you. Quote. Sha Luo coaxed Nami. Ha 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 ha, it's already late at night, let's go back to the ship and rest. Sha Luo picked up Nami and put her on her shoulders, then grabbed Mikita with her other hand like a chicken. Okay, it's time to come to your senses. Kureha waved her hand in front of Vivi, signaling that it was time for her to come to her senses. Okay, so strong. I killed 2 senior cadres instantly with one move. It seemed like he had the upper hand. This man was really, really strong. Ikaram, please go back and report to your father. I will follow this man to see. I believe he will hit Crocodile. Vivi showed a determined expression and then followed Kureha's pace. Princess Vivi. Ikaram knelt on the ground lonely. He now understands how powerful Sha Luo is, but he feels a little powerless about his own weakness, and he can't do anything to help. On the way back to the ship, Sha Luo glanced slightly at the highest building in Whiskey Mountain. What's wrong, Sha Luo? Nami, who was sitting on his shoulder, asked curiously. She also noticed Sha Luo's sudden stop. Nothing. Sha Luo shook his head. Forget it, now is not the time to invite her on board, let's wait until Crocodile is defeated. Back on the ship, Sha Luo threw Mikita into the next room, and then carried Nami back to the room. What, did you just abandon me like this? Mikita rubbed her sore butt, and then her face turned red as she listened to the movement in the next room. He, you just left me here like this. Now is a good opportunity. You have to escape quickly. After listening to the noise for a while, it still didn't stop, but it seemed that everyone else had returned to their rooms, which was just the time for him to sneak away quietly. Ah! A breath passed through her body, and Mikita instantly rolled her eyes and fell down. Haha, this little girl actually wants to run away. She needs to be educated tomorrow. Sha Luo from next door grinned. Early morning. Sha Luo woke up from her sleep. He stretched and covered Nami with the quilt before walking out of the room. By the way, he picked up Mikita, who was still sleeping soundly next door. Really, you will catch a cold if you sleep on the ground. He completely forgot that he knocked her unconscious with Conqueror's hockey last night. Hey, wake up. Sha Luo shook the sleeping Mikita. Well, this is it. Mikita opened her eyes drowsily, looking a little confused. It wasn't until I saw Sha Luo's face that I recalled everything about last night. Ah, don't eat me. Mikita hugged her hat and shrank in panic. Huh, why should I eat you? Or do you want me to eat you? Sha Luo said playfully, lifting the other person's chin. No, don't eat me. Mikita was frightened into tears again. Ha 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 ha, I won't scare you anymore, it's morning now and it's time to have breakfast. Sha Luo laughed and felt that this girl was really interesting. She was worthy of being a character in the early stage of One Piece, and she had a special appearance. Mikita breathed a sigh of relief and followed Sha Luo out. Sha Luo brought Mikita to the hall. Oh, today's breakfast looks very rich. Hey, you guy, didn't you wake up Nami? Kureha sighed slightly as she watched Sha Luo appear with only Mikita. After getting along with each other for so many days, several people already knew the situation of Sha Luo and Nami. Ha 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 ha, Nami probably wasn't early. She was too tired last night. Then you guys, please show some restraint. Kureha punched Sha Luo on the head. Please help Nami next time. Sha Luo shook her head and came to the dining table and started eating. Oh, is this a newly researched dish from Nuochi Gao today? Nuochi leaned high on the bar with one hand on her chin and looked at the man in front of her with a smile. Well, I've recently made a new attempt. Haha, I've made a lot, so there's no need to eat in such a hurry. Nochigao wiped Sha Luo's sauce-covered face with a handkerchief. Come and have some, too. Kaya held a dinner plate and handed it to Mikita beside her, indicating that the other party could sit down. Oh, thank you. Haha, there's no need to be restrained. I'll be a crew member on the same ship from now on. Kaya showed a gentle smile, which instantly made Mikita feel like she saw an angel coming. Tears began to flow out again, and he lowered his head and began to eat wildly. Wow, it's delicious. I've never tasted such delicious food. Kaya looked at the scene in front of her with a smile, and suddenly remembered what happened along the way. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that all the girls except herself and sister Nuochigao were forcibly tied onto the ship by Sha Luo. As the first crew member to board the ship, she has been doing what she should do in obscurity, trying to help Sha Luo. The crew members at the back all have their own skills, like Nami, who is good at navigation, Karina, who is like a consultant and always thinks of ways to solve some problems, and Nokigao, who is very good at cooking. Reiju is a grandmaster in the use of poisons, and also helps him research medicine. His combat power is the highest after Sha Luo. The position of Michida in front of her is that of a lookout, so Sha Luo will definitely train her. Squeak. The door of the restaurant opened again, and Vivi walked out. Seeing everyone still eating breakfast, she walked to Sha Luo worriedly. Thanks. Taking the breakfast delivered by Nuochigao, Vivi thanked her. Captain Sha Luo, when will we leave for Alabasta? There was a delicious taste in her mouth that she had never tasted before, but she couldn't be happy now. Now she only thinks about her country and if Crocodile's plan can be carried out. Her father could be in danger at any time. She didn't want to see the citizens of her country killing each other, so she always felt unhappy. Let's set off today. First go to Drum Island, and then head to Alabasta. Sha Luo finished the food in front of her, took Nuochigao's handkerchief, wiped her mouth and said, Drum Island, where are you going and what are you going to do? Karina asked curiously. There is a very powerful doctor there. I want to pay a visit and get some medical books for Kaya. Kaya was stunned after hearing Sha Luo's words, and then smiled. Unexpectedly, brother Sha Luo always remembered what he said to me. Do we have the eternal pointer of Drum Island? Hey, I've already prepared it. I bought a lot of pointers when I was in Loguetown. Sha Luo took out a lot of pointers from the space and placed them on the table. The location recorded by each pointer was thoughtfully marked on it. What a reliable captain. Reiju picked up the pointer marked Drum Island, turned around and walked out of the cabin. On the deck, Sha Luo unfurled the sails and Reiju took the helm. The sailboat slowly sailed out of Whiskey Mountain and headed in a new direction. Whiskey Mountain is less than half a day away from Little Garden. In the original novel, it only took less than 3 days for Nami to leave Whiskey Mountain at night, contract a germ in Little Garden, and then go to Drum Island to seek medical treatment. It is inferred that it only takes 2.5 days to travel to Sugu Island. Sha Luo took Michida out after finishing her meal and asked her to go to the watchtower of the mast to pay attention to the weather and conditions on the sea surface. Then he sat on a lounge chair and basked in the sun leisurely. After Reiju fixed the sailing direction of the sailboat, Liu Liu also walked over to him and sat down. Captain Sha Luo, is it really okay to get involved in this incident? Sha Luo pushed up her sunglasses and said without thinking. It doesn't matter, it's just a Shichibukai, no threat to us. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. Reiju looked serious at Kaido. As a powerful country among the world government member countries, the Kingdom of Germa has the right to hold the World Summit in Maryjoy every 4 years. At the World Summit, the world government's attitude towards the Alabasta country was completely different from other countries, and it seemed that there was something hidden in it. Coupled with Sha Luo's previous evaluation of Crocodile, Reiju knew that Sha Luo must be hiding something. The royal family of Alabasta is actually one of the 20 royal families rumored to form the world government. It's just that in the end, the royal family of Alabasta, the Neferutari family, refused to move into the Holy Land Maryjoy. Sha Luo said something that could shock the world in a calm tone. In other words, it's actually one of the Vivi celestial dragons. Even Reiju had to be shocked by the information Sha Luo told. No, since their ancestors did not choose to move to the Holy Land Maryjoy, they have lost the right to become celestial dragons. The Neferutari family has always guarded a secret, which is related to the secrets of the celestial dragons and the D family. The D clan. Gall D. Roger, is there any special secret inside? I don't know either, but world government will never let the secrets of the Neferutari family be exposed. If Crocodile really crosses the line, those 5 old guys from world government will definitely send CP0 to intervene in this matter. Reiju was a little curious. Since the world government would intervene, it shouldn't get involved. Then why do you want to get involved in this matter again, just because of that little girl? That's not entirely true. Crocodile has a talent I want. She can translate historical texts, and I happen to be very interested in historical texts. Reiju glanced at him. Female. Hey hey. Sha Luo touched her head in embarrassment. She couldn't help but let the person she wanted. The talents are all female, it's all the system's fault. Now I'm starting to wonder if what you said to me was also said to every girl who got on the boat. Rolling his eyes at Sha Luo, Reiju now has a clear understanding of his virtue, and he would rather be astringent than die. That's not true. Like Nami and Karina, I tied them onto the boat directly, and everyone else followed suit. Reiju glanced at Mikita, who was sitting alone on the watchtower, and did not refute Sha Luo's words. Then I have to thank you for not tying me onto the ship directly, but as a condition of negotiation with father. Ha ha ha, the main thing is that Ms. Reiju is in line with my aesthetics in every aspect, otherwise I would not be able to hand over the arc reactor technology to Judge for research based on those conditions. Reiju smiled and did not answer. But with her here, Sha Luo was not bored on the deck, and they kept chatting and sunbathing until the afternoon. There's something wrong. There seems to be a boat on the sea in front of us. Michita opened her eyes and carefully observed the boat in front of her. Is it a pirate, or a marine? Sha Luo could sit casually on the chair without any movement, but observation haki had already stretched out. It doesn't even look like it. It feels like it's the ship of a certain country's king. Sha Luo opened her eyes, took off her sunglasses, walked to the bow of the ship and looked over. A huge and luxurious ship is sailing on the sea. The king's fleet. The only country nearby that has a king is Drum Island, right? Is it that guy from Wapol? Don't worry about them, just keep sailing towards your goal. Sha Luo lost interest and returned to the deck. In his perception, these people did not seem to be too powerful and did not pose a threat. Well, I think our sailing route should be along the same route as them. Michita looked at the route of this huge sailing ship, and after comparing it, she found that it was the same as the navigation route of herself and others. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If they dare to take action, just kill them all. Sha Luo waved her hand and said not to worry. Soon, the distance between the two ships became closer and closer. Since Sha Luo was using a small boat, the sailing speed was faster. Hey, who are you? King Wapol stopped his boat to bow to me when he saw me, and offered your treasures. Before Wapol finished speaking, Sha Luo impatiently drew out his sword and destroyed the entire sailboat with a slash wave. It's really this guy, but he's still as annoying as the original. Sha Luo picked her ears, completely unaware that Mikita above was already frightened. Fortunately, I didn't resist him yesterday, otherwise this would probably be my fate. Seeing the ship that had been chopped into pieces slowly sinking, Michita swallowed. On this sea, if you don't have a ship, you can only wait to die, especially demon fruit power. Wapol was destined to die the moment he fell into the water. The journey for the next 2 days went very smoothly. With Nami, the humanoid climate sensor, any storm that was about to come would be bypassed. As for other small pirates, it only takes one sword from Sha Luo to destroy their ships and their lives. He had no mercy on the pirates who dared to come up and rob him. Finally arrived at Sugu Island. Sha Luo couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the ice-covered island. Due to the special geographical problem of the Great Route, Sugu Island has heavy snowfall all year round, and the entire island is covered with snow, turning it into a white island. Kaya, you come with me, the others will wait for me here. After saying that, Sha Luo picked up Kaya and headed towards the highest mountain on the island. On a snowy island, Sha Luo floated in the sky, looking at the snow-covered town below and the rabbits in the suburbs. Soon we came to the highest mountain, and a castle was standing on the top of the mountain. Dr. Kureha frowned as she watched the two people descending from the sky from the window. Oh, trouble is coming. Then Kureha slowly stood up and walked out of the study. Where are you going, Dr. Kureha? Chopper stopped making medicine and asked in confusion. Nothing, Chopper, just keep making medicine and come out. Dr. Kureha did not explain to Chopper, closed the door behind her back and walked to the front door. Sha Luo's sensory perception person has arrived at the door, and the door has been opened without knocking. Dr. Kureha glanced at the two swords on Sha Luo's waist, and then looked at Sha Luo's golden hair. Are you the son of Golden Lion? The words were so shocking that Sha Luo's head was completely covered with black hair. No, I am Master Shiki's disciple. This blonde hair looks like that guy's son. Forehead. Sha Luogan was silenced in just a few words. What do you want to see me for? It was Drive Kureha who was the first to ask the topic. She was a little curious whether this Golden Lion's apprentice came here because of some incurable terminal disease. And Sha Luo is not surprised that this old woman who has lived for 139 years knows Golden Lion. On the contrary, it would be strange to live for such a long time without hearing the reputation of Golden Lion. Ahem, that's it. The doctor on my ship is very talented in medicine. Good, but ordinary medical books have made it difficult for her to make progress. Quote, I want to buy Dr. Kureha's medical experience. If possible, please give me some advice. Sha Luo bowed his hand. He still respected the doctor, not to mention that he was an old acquaintance with Mr. Shiki from the previous words. This is probably the famous doctor that Mr. Shiki once sought because of the rudder on his head. Dr. Kureha looked at the petite and cute Kaya next to her, who also bowed slightly to her with a gentle smile on her face. Well, you're a very polite little girl. 100 million belly, if you give it now, you can come in with me. He opened his mouth with a small goal. Sha Luo glanced at Kaya beside her, and without hesitation took out 100 million berry from the space and handed it over. Oh, boy, you are quite rich. Why did you decisively take out 100 million berry? It seems that you care about this little girl. Dian held a small dozen worth 10,000 belly in his hand. Little girl, you have to take good care of it, otherwise you will be snatched away. Dr. Kureha said teasingly, putting Bailey in her pocket without hesitation. Kaya's cheeks turned red at the words. Come in with me. He easily carried a box containing 100 million belly, and he didn't look like a 139-year-old person at all. It seems that this old woman is also a strong person. After being led in, Sha Luo saw Chopper at the end of the corridor. Chopper was exposing his body and most of his face, thinking he was hiding it well. Unexpectedly, Sha Luo saw it the first time she came in. It was so frightened that it ran back to the study. Dr. Kureha covered her face in response. What the hell is this kid doing? Haha, Mr. Tanuki looks quite cute. Kaya covered her mouth and smiled. If Chopper had been there, she would have screamed angrily. Dr. Kureha did not correct Kaya's name, but took Sha Luo and Sha Luo to the study. The moment he heard the door open, Chopper was already hiding behind the cabinet, watching Sha Luo and the two without saying a word. But Chopper's hiding skills are really poor. Chopper, bring me all the medical books and virtues that I have recorded. It's Dr. Kureha. After receiving the order, Chopper changed his cowardly attitude and immediately stood up and saluted. Then he rummaged up and down in a hurry, and soon there were more than 20 books piled on the floor. Kureha's medical books are all here, Chopper said with a happy look on his face. How about it? Chopper looks good. He is the disciple who has inherited my medical skills. Do you want to take him on board with you? Dr. Kureha looked at the happy Chopper and suddenly thought of it and said to Sha Luo. Mother Kureha, what are you talking about? I will not get on the ship with other humans. Chopper, who was originally happy, suddenly became disgusted with Sha Luo. Sha Luo shrugged. At this time, Chopper still hated humans. He didn't have the charm of Luffy, and he didn't need Chopper to get on the ship. Look, I already have the lovely Kaya-chan on my boat. If she really wants to go to sea, there will definitely be friends who really want to invite her on the boat in the future. That's right. It seems that the plan to get rid of this troublesome Tanuki has failed again. Mother Kureha, what you say is too much. Chopper shouted with a sad face. Okay, now that my goal has been achieved, it's time for me to say goodbye. Sha Luo and Kaya took the medical books and bowed, then walked to the main door. 2 days later, Sha Luo finally arrived at Shunting Island, the island where Alabasta is located. After a wave of supplies were carried out in the port city. The weather in Alabasta is really hot. Does anyone want to join us in this project for Crocodile? Looking at Alabasta in the hot weather, Sha Luo sighed with emotion, and then asked the girls. I'm going. Vivi was the first to stand up. This was a matter of life and death for her country, so she had to go there in person. I also need to go. Nami and Kureha spoke one after another. They would not miss the opportunity to search for 7 warlords of the sea treasure. I also want to witness Captain Sha Luo's fighting style with Shichibukai. Reiju smiled and raised his hand, indicating that he also wanted to go. No one else. Among the remaining people, Nakigao and Kaya were not interested in fighting. So I had no idea of going. Michita was pretending to be a turtle, shrinking her head and saying nothing. Mikita, don't you want to say goodbye to your former boss? Sha Luo took out Michita, who was pretending to be dead, and asked. These days, he spent a lot of time training Michita's fruit abilities. In his opinion, the light and heavy fruits have a lot of room for development. If they can cultivate to awakening and expand the light and heavy fields that can freely control gravity, it will greatly improve the combat aspect. Just imagine, being able to control a person's weight at will in space has a huge impact on a person. Increasing or decreasing the weight of his body at the moment of movement will have a great impact on his movement or strength. Gravity is power, but can the concept of light weaken part of a person's power? And the light and heavy fruit can be said to have a lot of room for use in paper arts in Marine 6 styles. Originally, paper arts was about sensing airflow and imagining the body as light as tissue paper to dodge attacks. Now, the weight of those with light and heavy fruit abilities can be as light as tissue paper. It has a natural blessing for the skill of dodging attacks. Generally, devil fruit has some flaws. For example, Sha Luo's fruit can only act on dead objects, Michita's fruit can only act on itself, and Kureha and Robin's fruits must be posed before they can be used. Like the original work, Luo's op fruit can only act on its own room area. Therefore, unless it is developed to awakening, these fruits have an upper limit. Returning to Michita's side, when Michita was brought out, she looked hopeless. No need, my strength can't help you. Michita's body trembled slightly and she stammered Kaido. She doesn't want to go to the rainy land with Sha Luo. If Sha Luo loses to Crocodile, then she has only one way to face the betrayer, and that is death. Although she was sailing for the past few days, she also liked the atmosphere of Sha Luo Adventure Group. But for a while, it was impossible to reach the point where he would risk his life to protect this adventure group. After all, unlike Luffy's pirate group, it only took less than 2 months for the friendship of the pirate group to reach an indestructible level. Not counting the 2 years of training, Luffy's sailing time did not even exceed 1 year. It's a bit unbelievable to think that it only took 2 months to achieve the friendship between the crew in the original book. No, after all, he's your former boss, but why don't you come and see me? I have to ask you over openly. Sha Luo said so confidently that he directly carried Mikita up without giving her a chance to refute. Poor Michita felt like cargo. Haha, then Sister Kaya and I will wait on the boat for you to come back. Nakigao waved his hand and left slowly under Michita's tearful gaze. Sha Luo is not worried about the safety of Nakigao and Kaya. They have now learned how to shave and moonwalk, their strength has also increased a lot, and they have recently started to practice hockey. There are less than 50 million pirates in the paradise who are no match for them. There are really more than 50 million, and Sha Luo also left a phone bug for the 2 of them, so he can come back at any time to deal with the intruders. Let's go to the Rain Land. Vivi, do you know the direction of the Rain Land? I roughly know the direction. I remember it seemed like the city was heading south. Vivi pointed in one direction and said, looking at the yellow sand all over the sky, it would probably take half a day to get to the rainy ground. But if Sha Luo uses lion fruit to fly, the distance is estimated to only take an hour or 2. Sha Luo took a look at the sky and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. It was already night in the rainy land. Adhering to the concept of completing the project quickly, Sha Luo directly bought a sand boat from the local area. It was not large in size, but it was enough for several people to ride on it. Then I built an awning, and just like that, a small airship was completed. Sha Luo was lying among the beauties, drinking juice leisurely, and even had Reiju's knee pillow. It was so comfortable. More than an hour passed, and we finally arrived at the rainy land after starting all the way from the port city. Is this the rain land known as the Dream City? It looks very prosperous. Nami couldn't help but said happily while looking at the bustling streets. Captain Sha Luo, I have always been curious, what are you doing in Yudi? Aren't we going to find Crocodile? Is he hiding in Yudi? Vivi is a little curious. She is a little impatient now. She doesn't know how far Crocodile's plan has progressed. But she just wanted it to end quickly. Well, that's right, this city is the headquarters of Crocodile, and Rain Feast was opened by Crocodile. It's troublesome to find the real owner, so why not just wait for him here and go in to have some fun? Sha Luo directly told Vivi without hiding the fact that Crocodile is located here. Casino, isn't there a lot of money in there? Nami and Karina's eyes lit up. They had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. In addition to helping Sha Luo clean up some miscellaneous soldiers, he also came to search for the treasures here. The goal is clear. Sha Luo led a few people straight to the Rain Feast. Dense Intelligence Network Alabasta's Baroque studio. When Sha Luo and others landed at the port city of Shunting Island, Crocodile, who was at the Yuyan base camp, received a report from his subordinates. Crocodile, who was sitting on the boss's chair with a gloomy expression, was thinking about Sha Luo. East Blue's rising super bounty hunter, what is the purpose of coming here? Is it for my head? And Princess Vivi of the Alabasta royal family, could it be that she has guessed about me? Is there any plan? Impossible. Baroque Studio has always been designed to be mysterious. No one knows my identity. Quote. Unless. Crocodile glanced sideways at Nico Robin beside him and then shook his head. Impossible. It is impossible for Robin to bet on a new person. At present, my big ship is more suitable for her to stay. There is no reason for her to betray. And once the bounty hunter really knew his purpose and died in the rain, it would not benefit her when he was liquidated later. Even the son of the devil, who is famous for his betrayal, would not do such a mindless thing. Tell me to go down and pay close attention to the situation of this bounty hunter. If necessary, send Mr. One to deal with him. Crocodile held his cigar in his mouth, took a puff of smoke, and said calmly. Boss, my opponent has defeated tens of millions of bounty hunters. I think Mr. the First of may not be the opponent of this Sha Luo. Robin's face was calm, with a half-smiling smile all the time, and he replied lightly with a seductive voice. Are you questioning my decision? Nico Robin. Crocodile glanced at her, his words showing an unquestionable attitude. No, since it is your decision, I will make arrangements now. Robin smiled mysteriously, turned and walked towards the door. Crocodile's face was gloomy, and now he had begun to wonder whether Nico Robin had revealed his information. If he were asked to verify it, he would definitely not be able to eat juice like her. Chapter 21. Inside the Rain Banquet. Big big big. Little little little. The lively atmosphere at the gaming table is endless. Sha Luo was wearing a suit and holding a cigarette. With his handsome face, his noble temperament exuded from his body. With Karina and Nami in their arms, these two beauties were followed by Vivi, Reiju and Makita, who looked like noble sons from a certain country. He took out a few chips with relatively large denominations from the chips on the table, and Sha Luo casually placed his bet on the larger ones. Karina and Nami lay comfortably in Sha Luo's arms. They had experienced the joy of gambling. The money came faster than robbery. Just after entering the Rain Banquet, Sha Luo only used 10,000 Baileys to exchange for a chip, and then began to speak incomprehensible words to Nami and the others. What do you mean? Chen Daozai 37 million won with 20 yuan back then. Today, I, Sha Luo, will use 10,000 yuan to win his Rain Banquet. It's not too much. Although Nami and the others didn't understand what Sha Luo said before, they did understand what he wanted to express. Sha Luo planned to use these 10,000 Baileys to win Yuyan so that Crow Kidar couldn't sit still and jumped out. There are countless chips on the table now, even too many, and Sha Luo has piled them on the ground. Mainly because he didn't know much about the gambling method, so he chose the simplest bet size. This is also the best item for cheating. Observation hockey can see clearly the signs of the dice rolling with just a glance. The dealers on the table have changed several times, from the ordinary dealers at the beginning to the masters of thousands of skills. Whenever the dealer wants to cheat, Sha Luo will use Conqueror's hockey to accurately adjust the points back before the opening point. The croupier was sweating profusely and opened the dice cup with trembling hands. The points displayed above made him dizzy. Big. He spoke the result with a trembling voice. Some people are happy and some are sad. Most people at the gambling table follow Sha Luo's bets, and only a few people who don't believe in evil choose to bet in the opposite direction. At this time, the dealer turned pale, rolled his eyes, and finally couldn't bear the pressure and fainted. TCH, this is what a master of thousands of arts doesn't know how to do. Sha Luo curled her lips in disdain. In the face of absolute strength, it's better not to show off your hand speed. Da da da. Footsteps sounded, and a bald man walked not far behind Sha Luo and spoke in an emotionless tone. Our boss wants to see you. The person who opened it was none other than Baroque Studios' #1 killer, Mr. 1 Das Bonus. The gamblers who were watching nearby noticed the subtle atmosphere, felt something was wrong and ran out of the rain banquet quickly. They knew that the boss of Yuyan was Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta. I'm afraid this young man used some unknown method to cheat, and now he has been caught by Crocodile. Before leaving, the punters speculated about Sha Luo's fate, but it was none of their business. Oh, what if I don't go? Sha Luo looked at Das Bonus in front of him with a half-smile. Das did not reply to Sha Luo's words. Instead, he turned to look at Mikita and said, "Is this your choice?" Mikita shivered, but after thinking about it, she couldn't lose her aura and retorted forcefully. You will not understand Captain Sha Luo's power. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. I see. Since you have chosen to betray, be prepared to be liquidated by Baroque Studio. Das closed his eyes, and his palms and elbows slowly began to turn into sharp blades. By this time, all the guests at Yuyan had left, and now only the casino thugs, Das and Sha Luo were left. Then let's start with you. With that said, Das rushed forward and pointed his knife at Mikita, about to cut it off. Ah, Sir Sha Luo, help me. Mikita squatted down with her head in her hands and shouted desperately. Choke. Just 5 centimeters before Das was about to touch Mikita, a transparent barrier blocked her face. Devil Fruit's ability user. Das could tell at a glance that this barrier was made by Kureha. Just now, Sha Luo patted Kureha on her body. The latter understood and stood up and made a gesture, and the barrier appeared in front of Mikita. You don't think you can stop us by following these people? Das said calmly. The murderers who have been wandering around the underground world all year round have already dealt with Devil Fruit's ability users countless times. He also has the confidence to defeat these people in front of him. Suddenly, a pair of hands suddenly grew on Kureha's body, and then forcibly disrupted Kureha's gestures, and the barrier dissipated. Haha, the princess who wants to be the enemy of Baroque Studio and want to save the country. It's really stupid. A figure was sitting on the guardrail on the second floor, and it was Nico Robin. Robin held his chin with one hand and looked at the people below with interest. It's really stupid for just a few people to dare to break into the headquarters of Baroque Studio. Mr. 3, who wore glasses and had his hair tied into a 3 inches, also came down from upstairs. You are so courageous, yo, it's amazing you. Mr. 2 Bentham, who is wearing a swan coat and looks like a ballet dancer, is walking strangely. Steps out. At this time, all the cadres and partners above Mr. 4 appeared in the rain banquet and surrounded Sha Luo and others. Vivi took a step back with an ugly expression, but still gritted her teeth and faced the executives of Baroque Studio. And Sha Luo's attention has been attracted by the system. Ding. Crew members can be recruited if detected. Nico Robin. Strength. E+. Speed. E. Spirit. D. Skill. Text Grandmaster can read text in historical text. Fruit ability. Flower fruit. C. Talent. Archaeologist. Evaluation. A woman with the ability to subvert the world. It's really a good attribute. With the ability to develop flower fruit alone for so many years, it has reached a C rating. The outstanding spirit may be due to the experience of using the fruit over the years. The other attributes are barely adequate, but the skills and talents are unique. You are Sha Luo, the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue who has recently become famous, right? Robin looked at the calm Sha Luo with interest. She didn't understand what confidence this man had to sit there calmly. Although they have seen each other's strength in Whiskey Mountain before, those performances alone are not Crocodile's opponent. Yes, I didn't say hello to you last time at Whiskey Mountain. Now I want to formally tell you. Do you want to leave Baroque Studio and board my ship? Sha Luo looked up at Robin with a smile, but unfortunately the other person's legs were crossed, blocking everything he could see. Haha, if you can leave here alive, I'll consider it. Robin smiled slightly, showing a beautiful smile. Hee, it's settled then. Sha Luo touched Nami in her arms with a smile, and put her other hand on the other person's hand on her waist to indicate that she could let go. Snort. Nami shook her head and stood up from Sha Luo's arms. Alas, this little girl just loves to be jealous. Sha Luo sighed secretly, and then a vast number of conquerors' hockey swarmed out. Everyone present except rank 123 and two fingers fell to the ground, and by the way, the arms made of petals on Karina's body were scattered. The former was also sweating profusely and kneeling on the ground, showing fear. Robin was naturally bypassed by Sha Luo and did not feel the momentum. Even the cadres can't withstand your ability. It's really scary. Robin became more interested in Sha Luo's ability. She had already seen Sha Luo's ability when she was in Whiskey Mountain, and she defeated all the bounty hunters on the island in an instant. But this time it alarmed Crocodile, who was deep in the rain feast. This is the same hockey as that old man Whitebeard. Conqueror's hockey. Crocodile gritted his teeth. He now understands what Robin said. The people at Baroque Studio under his command are indeed no match for Sha Luo. Looks like I have to go see it myself. Crocodile stood up from the boss chair, turned into sand and flew towards the Yuyan Casino. Are you interested in trying the strength of the remaining few? Sha Luo said to Karina and Nami, who were eager to try. Currently, the only combat-effective crew members on Sha Luo's ship are Reiju and Karina, and Nami can only be counted as half of them. But it is still possible to deal with people from this novice village. They all look too weak. Only the bald one makes me interested. Reiju pointed at Daz, who was half kneeling on the ground. In fact, even if all the people present were up, they wouldn't be Reiju's opponent. But wanting to try out observation hockey's dodge power, she chose an opponent who looked most interested in him. Then I'll choose which shemale. He seems to be a guy who uses physical skills to fight. It's a good time to try out the results of his recent training. Ah, you all picked two guys who look very good, so I can only choose this guy. Karina looked at the two people who had already picked their opponents and had no choice but to choose Mr. Three Gardino, who looked very weak. However, the opponent's wax fruit's ability is really good. It has similar abilities to Logia, but also has plasticity, plus the characteristics of a candle. This fruit can be said to be better than Kair's Nuo fruit. Whether it is the stickiness of melted candles or the hardness after solidification, you can play with it. Development that makes a fuss. In the original work, the characteristics of candles were used to block the ability of Magellan, the director of Impel Down, to poison the fruit. Unfortunately, the fruit was given to the wrong person. If it is developed in the hands of strong people, it will definitely lead to a higher realm. It is safest for the fruit of this tricky ability to be placed on the weak, and several strong ones appear in the province's sea. I was underestimated and actually sent a few women. Gardino said unwillingly. Stop talking nonsense, these women are not simple things. Daz's face was solemn, and his aura had changed since the time when the women entered the state seriously. Mikita, are you interested in the remaining woman? Sha Luo pointed to the remaining Ms. Sarah with both hands. Michita, who was originally relieved, stood up straight again and shook her head crazily. Hey, I've helped you train in the development of your fruit abilities these days. Why are you still so timid? Captain Sha Luo, don't say such things. I was only a middle-level cadre before, and the gap between me and high-level cadres cannot be made up in 2 days. Michita had already given up on herself, and hid directly behind Sha Luo, closing her eyes and grabbing his clothes tightly. Oh, you are still so timid. This is not okay. I will teach you a lesson when I get back to the ship. Okay, let go first. If you don't let go, I will throw you up and compete with her. Sha Luo was speechless, obviously feeling helpless at Michita's behavior, but these words also scared the latter into letting go. She didn't want to be thrown into a fight. The other 3 people have already started fighting with their opponents. Reiju did not attack directly, but kept using observation hockey to dodge Daz's attacks. This is a good way to gain experience. Nami and Bentham were fighting fiercely, and Nami's physical skills were trained the most during this period. She didn't want to fall too far behind Kureha, so she had been training hard, and with Sha Luo's careful guidance, her progress was rapid. Although Bentham's physical skills are good, his speed is slower than Nami's. He can only defend and fight back, but he basically can't touch the hem of Nami's skirt, so he takes the beating silently and passively. When it comes to Kureha, it's a one-sided crushing. The ability of the barrier fruit is too incomprehensible, and Galdino's fruit development ability can't even hurt it at all. Even Kureha used her obsolete ability to create a sealed space and was sealed inside. No matter how hard she beat, she couldn't break through the defense. In the end, it could only turn into a liquid candle in the searched space, but the less space, the less oxygen, and then passed out. Seeing that the remaining two people were basically under no pressure, Sha Luo stopped paying attention. In a flash, he came behind Sarah. Looking at Sarah's slender branches and fruitful fruits, Sha Luo unconsciously stretched out her hand to weigh it. At this moment, Sarah felt her eyes flash, and the man disappeared in front of her, followed by a strange movement on her chest. Looking down, he immediately screamed in panic and jumped away from where he was. "You guy!" Sarah looked at Sha Luo, who came behind her in panic. The speed was so fast. He was behind me in an instant, and it was completely different from the same level. Sarah smiled bitterly, with a look of fear in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Sha Luo opposite him gave him a thumbs up. "It's quite good, but unfortunately you don't quite meet my taste, and there's no place for you on the ship. I think what I did just now is a reward for sparing your life." After saying that, Conqueror's hockey went straight to Sarah's head. This time, the latter really couldn't hold on and fell down. "Haha, what an interesting man. Do you like say so much?" Robin watched this dramatic scene amusingly on the second floor, but the next second she became angry. Sha Luo suddenly appeared next to Robin and sat down without any scruples. "Hug the latter. That's right, if a man is not sesame, what's the difference between that and a salted fish?" When Sha Luo said this, he was very confident and did not think there was any problem at all. What an interesting man. I hope you can really defeat Crocodile." Robin was not surprised that Sha Luo teleported to his side. He still looked calm with a mysterious smile and repeated the previous sentence again. Then he gently broke away from Sha Luo's palm, turned into petals in the air and dissipated, and then condensed into a human form in another place, and Sha Luo did not stop it. "Oh, is this the so-called blackening that is 10 times stronger and the whitening that is 3 times weaker?" Sha Luo looked at Robin's ability with some surprise. The level of development was already quite good, and he didn't even cross his arms. In the anime, Robin has to pose before he can use the flower fruit ability, and he can only use the flower fruit ability without gesturing when he first appears in order to maintain a sense of mystery. Could it be that the power can be increased after making that gesture? In other words, it is possible that the ability can be used without using gestures in the future. Sha Luo looked at Kureha with meaning. The latter had the same conditions as Robin to activate the fruit ability. Even if Bartolomeo eats this Cummins fingers gesture, he can only use it with one hand, and then create a barrier to wrap his fist. If it could be developed into an awakened state, perhaps there would be no need for troublesome gestures. Just when Sha Luo was thinking about Kureha's future fruit development direction, Observation Hockey sensed a life form moving rapidly. "Reiju, Nami, the principal here has appeared," Sha Luo immediately reminded the two people below. "Don't say such sarcastic words, can't you see that I'm working hard? This shemale is not weak at all." Nami immediately turned around angrily and yelled. "Hey, do you need my help, Nami?" Kureha covered her mouth and smiled not far away. "No," Nami refused without thinking. Reiju on the other side opened her eyes after hearing Sha Luo's words. She had always closed her eyes during the battle. Daz felt that the more he attacked, the more frightened he became. The woman in front of him was actually fighting him with her eyes closed, and dodged all the attacks accurately. At this time, he was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. It was really too much pressure from Reiju. But after Reiju opened his eyes, nothing happened to him. Shave, poison palm. Reiju used his shaver to dodge directly in front of Daz, and slapped his heart with purple poison in his palm. At the same time, a burst of quicksand opened the door to the second floor of Yuyan and rushed towards Reiju quickly. The quicksand also condensed its body during the charge. Crescent-shaped dunes. But this blow was already felt by Reiju. He jumped back and then some backflips to dodge the attack, and then jumped into Sha Luo's arms on the second floor with a powerful leap, and wrapped his arms around his neck. Captain Sha Luo, I was almost hit just now, but you can still sit still. Reiju tapped his lips with his hand and said in a very seductive voice. Nami and Kureha stopped fighting Bentham when they saw Crocodile appearing, and immediately retreated and jumped back to Wei Wei. Crocodile. Vivi looked at Crocodile, who appeared in the hall with a solemn expression and couldn't help clenching her fists. Hey, is Mr. One still alive? Crocodile looked at Sha Luo on the second floor opposite with a solemn expression, and asked directly without looking back. Ahem, I'm still alive, but I seem to have been poisoned. Daz covered his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty. TCH, useless guy, Mr. 2, you take this guy down, and I will take care of the rest. Crocodile loosened his collar and said with a look on his face. At this time, Bentham was full of energy but still full of energy. Okay, boss. Datsu-chan, Nigaludeo. Bentham walked with strange ballet steps, picked up Daz and ran away immediately, but he didn't forget to take Sarah with him before leaving. As for Mr. 3 Gardino, he didn't care at all because he was in conflict with him. You are the one who just released Conqueror's Hockey. East Blue's Duel swordsman. Crocodile looked solemn, but his tone was extremely arrogant. Haha, Crocodile, I'm very optimistic about you. Do you want to work under me? Sha Luo said to Crocodile with an appreciative tone. Are you kidding? He's just a newcomer to the Grand Line. Do you think you will be invincible if you learn to release Conqueror's Hockey? Veins popped up on Crocodile's head. Sha Luo's words undoubtedly angered him. He has been famous for a long time, but the other party is just a bounty hunter who just went to sea, and he dares to talk nonsense here. Desert Sword. The arm turned into a sharp sand blade and flew straight towards Sha Luo. This time it was just a test attack. Protective barrier. Kureha immediately raised a huge barrier in front of her. The sand blade directly turned into sand again when it hit the barrier, causing no damage to the barrier at all. HMPH, there were a few moments, but with this little ability, you want to kill lousy. It's too early for you. Shalon. After Crocodile regrouped his arms, a small sand tornado appeared in his hand, and then he threw the tornado towards Kureha. Hey, are you planning to destroy your casino? There are still so many of your men on the ground. Sha Luo let go of Reiju in her arms, and the latter dodged and jumped away. Then he drew out his sword and slashed at it with two sword energy, tearing the yellow sand in the sky into pieces. It's okay not to want these useless guys. Facing the two sword auras slashed by Sha Luo, he keenly noticed the difference in the sword auras. He did not choose to transform his body into elemental form, but used a golden hook to block them. Are you showing off armament hockey? It seems I underestimated you. Not only have you mastered Conqueror's Hockey, but you also know how to use armament hockey's advanced applications. Guys like you don't look like a newcomer who just went to sea. Crocodile frowned as he looked at the scratches on the golden hook. Haha, no one stipulates that newcomers who are new to the sea cannot be angry, right? In my opinion, those guys who go to sea before they have learned Kung Fu are undoubtedly seeking death. Sha Luo smiled happily, and the version 1.0 Lao Sha in front of him was also one of the troops who couldn't hockey. When Sha Wuwukai evolves into version 2.0, can we really have a good fight with him? Huh, just talk about the power. Don't think that knowing armament hockey will guarantee victory. Crocodile sneered and said that he had his own way of dealing with armament hockey users, otherwise he would not have been able to tie with Bullet before. However, he, who had become neglected in fighting, now lacked the keenness of his former fighting genius. Change the place. You don't want your plan to be exposed to the public. Sha Luo gestured outside. Crocodile really didn't want to reveal his identity too early, and the wide sandy field outside was obviously his home field. Since Sha Luo proposed it first, why not do it? His body turned into quicksand and flew outward, and he was not afraid that Sha Luo and the others would just run away. After all, these people were here for me in the first place. Kureha, I'll ask you to protect Vivi and the others later. Sha Luo gave instructions, and her figure disappeared instantly, and then Reiju and Nami quickly caught up with Vivi and Makita. Desert areas outside the city. Crocodile regrouped his body, and Sha Luo's figure instantly appeared opposite him. Humph, just choose this place as your graveyard. Crocodile looked at Sha Luo who was following him and said with a sneer. Haha, it's hard to say whose cemetery it is. But you are depraved enough. After being defeated by Whitebeard, you didn't want to improve your strength. Instead, you wanted to rely on foreign objects. Do you really think you can become the Pirate King just by relying on Pluton? Sha Luo chuckled and started to talk. Crocodile looked gloomy. This guy really knows what he wants and his purpose in this country. This makes it even more impossible to let him leave. Ha, although I don't know where you know my plan, but now I can't let you leave here alive. Crocodile blew out a smoke ring and his face became more and more sinister. A larger sand tornado began to condense in his hand. Take the move, Heavy Shalon. Throwing out the tornado in his hand, the sky was immediately filled with yellow sand, and even the sun in the sky was blocked. This scene is like the end of the world. Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile has an absolute advantage in this sandstorm, which gives him confidence. Not many capable people can compete here, let alone a newcomer who has just left the sea. Sha Luo's observation Haki immediately sensed the direction of the attack, randomly drew his sword and slashed away. Slash wave. The direct collision between the sword energy and the sand turned into a hurricane and blew away the sandstorm. Following the direction perceived by observation Haki, he teleported over with Shao. Crocodile gritted his teeth as he looked at Sha Luo who was suddenly in front of him, and chopped off the golden hook from top to bottom. Clang, clang, almost in an instant, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Sha Luo used the sword skills taught by Golden Lion to skillfully slash at every vital part of Crocodile. Crocodile, on the other hand, relied on his rich combat experience to transform into the sand in advance and dodge some of Sha Luo's attacks. If he couldn't dodge in time, he would directly use his golden hook to block it. But the continuous attack of slashes made him unable to do anything but keep turning into sand and resisting. If it were Crocodile in the original novel, he would have lost long ago. That is because Sha Luo's Haki made him wary, not as underestimating the enemy as in the original work, and he continued to retrieve his previous memories during the battle. He is also becoming more and more comfortable in dealing with sword energy attacks. At this time, he has evolved to version 1.5 Laosha. B0OM. As the battle between the two became more intense, the aftermath of the battle became larger and larger. After an explosion, the sand and dust were flying, and the situation was suddenly unclear. The center of the battle also dented a large area. At this time, the women on the border were looking at the center of the battle. They are really two monsters. Is this kind of natural disaster-like power really achievable by humans? Nico Robin, who arrived here, said with a dark expression on his face. Haha, there are so many monsters in the Grand Line, but these two people are the ones standing at the top. Captain Sha Luo has not yet shown his full strength. He is enjoying the battle. Reiju saw Robin on the side and said with a smile. In her opinion, it was a certainty that Robin would be on board. Now that Sha Luo has asked her to join his team, he will never let her go. Especially for such a beauty with her own personality, Sha Luo is even more unlikely to let her go. She knows exactly how she got on the ship. Still. Not using all your strength. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. In her opinion, a battle of this level is not all out. Recalling his various provocative behaviors and what Sha Luo said to him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't choose to actually attack his crew at that time, otherwise it would be impossible for him to escape from this man's hands due to his strength. But Robin didn't know that even if he did it, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Kureha. Kureha's physical fitness has surpassed the strength of her flower fruit-made arms, which will definitely break the joints. Why, are you now worried about whether you will be killed after your president loses? Don't worry, since Sha Luo said he would let you on the ship, he won't take action against you. Nami comforted her with a smile on her face, obviously because she was scared of Robin's reaction. Haha, if Mr. Sha Luo really defeats President Crocodile, then joining your ship will undoubtedly be a better choice. I can also tell you where Crocodile's treasures are. Robin responded with a smile. If it is true as Nami said, Shaluo has not used his full strength, then Crocodile's current state, which can only barely cope, cannot be his opponent. Then it's not impossible to get on Shaluo's boat when the time comes, as long as you can fulfill your dream. Crocodile's treasure. Very good. I approve of you. Nami was also happy when she heard Kabao, and then began to formally examine Robin. In the center of the battle, a clang sounded again. The smoke and dust were instantly blown away by the air wave. Crocodile used his golden hook to block the incoming sword. Then the two of them retreated to open a certain space. The fight between the two has been going on for some time. Crocodile was breathing heavily, with a bright red color on his arms. He looked more embarrassed than at the beginning, and his physical strength had been exhausted a lot. On the other hand, Shaluo's aura is stable and her expression is normal, and her clothes are not stained by a speck of dust. From this, we can judge the strength of the two people. You newbie monster, I didn't expect a monster like you to be born in the sea. Crocodile's face was solemn. The previous battle also made him realize how powerful the boy in front of him was. If the stalemate continued like this, there was no way he could win. However, the opponent's combat experience and Haki's strength were both strong. Observation Haki was also well trained and all his attacks were dodged. Now, apart from the wide range of moves, he really couldn't think of anything else that could defeat the boy in front of him. Thank you very much for your evaluation. Do you want to consider what I said before? Shaluo is a calm Kaido with a smile on her face. His current state is in stark contrast to Crocodile. You want Lousy to work for a newcomer like you? Impossible. Who do you think Lousy is? Ha ha ha, this sea never pays attention to who comes first, only strength. If I am strong enough, then why not join me? Ha ha, you arrogant brat, let's wait until you gain a firm foothold in the second half of the Grand Line. Although your strength is not bad, dragging those women with you is still a long way to go in this sea full of monsters. Not nearly enough. With that said, Crocodile turned his arm into a sand blade again and slashed it. Desert Diamond Sword. Facing the attack of the sand blade, Shaluo grinned slightly and slowly lifted into the air. Lion Majesty. Govern Place Earth Coiling. Several lion heads turned from sand gathered together and rushed towards Crocodile one after another. The sand blades were also scattered under the impact of the lion's head, and the crocodile lion's head was swallowed up, causing the ground to shake. Haha, don't hide Crocodile. The sand's attack won't have any effect on you. Shaluo in the sky changed her previous attitude and became arrogant. He had already tested Crocodile's strength at this time and had no interest in playing anymore. Crocodile's figure regrouped on the sand. Lion fruit. It's actually the fruit of some old guy. News of his death was reported some time ago, and now his abilities have appeared so quickly. Are you kidding me? What is your relationship with that guy? Crocodile roared with a gloomy expression. Haha, if you can take my trick, I will tell you. Shaluo did not choose to answer his question. The two swords began to condense Haki, and the aura on her body began to gradually increase. Crocodile below felt the power of this aura and gritted his teeth without flinching. The arm turned into a huge sand sword. Go to hell. Desert Great Sword. A huge sand sword rose from the ground, its tip pointed straight at Shaluo's body. Haha, you came just in time. Slash Wave Purgatory. The ultimate move used to deal with Nagli was used again by Shaluo. Two huge sword energy flew out, and the black and blue sword energy was attached with thunder and lightning. Your president is going to lose. Nami looked at Crocodile who was about to fight Shaluo with a playful expression. He had seen this trick before. Even Nagli said this was a move that could destroy an island. Although it was a bit exaggerated, this power was undeniable. It may not be a devastating blow to Alabasta, but the area will certainly not be able to withstand his power. Whether Crocodile can survive this attack is a question. After all, not everyone has a Haki as powerful as Nagli. It does seem that Mr. Shaluo is stronger. Robin watched the desert sword in front of him being dissipated bit by bit under the pressure of Shaluo's sword energy, and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Crocodile was already using all his strength to repair the damage to the desert sword. Try your best to block Shaluo's sword energy. What a joke. How could I be killed by such a brat in this place? Crocodile's whole body rose with momentum. He raised his arms to the sky and kept using sand. The children condense and fly away. But this was only his last struggle. The sword energy continued to move downwards, bit by bit, tearing apart the big sword made of sand, and finally it fell straight to the ground. Boom! With a deafening sound, the ground seemed to be cut into 4 pieces, and 2 huge slash marks appeared. The air waves kept roaring. Kureha had to activate a defensive barrier to prevent herself from being blown away by this wave of air. It's over, Nami said calmly, looking at the scene in front of him. Shaluo breathed a long sigh of relief, and after the smoke and dust dispersed, he slowly fell to the center of the sword energy. There were 2 huge stab wounds on Crocodile's body, and the blood stained the sand and gravel beneath him red. It took a lot of effort to even breathe. The former great pirate is obsessed with his past glory and neglects to train himself. It's really ugly. Looking at Crocodile who fell to the ground, Shaluo couldn't help but sigh. Ahem, stop talking nonsense, kid. Since you win, this head will be given to you. While speaking, blood was still pouring out of his mouth, but his look of someone who would rather die than surrender made Shaluo look at him. Not interested. Shaluo put away her sword. What do you mean? Didn't you come here to kill me? Crocodile said with difficulty. Yes and no, the main thing is to test your strength, but it seems that Shichibukai is not a big deal. Shaluo waved her hand and responded in a casual tone. You are so arrogant, kid. A guy like you is not a pirate. Haha, it's just not for the time being. When it conflicts with Marine's interests, they probably won't tolerate it. By the way, I'm leaving Robin and Michita. Besides, Alabasta doesn't have what you're looking for. Pluton is actually in Wano-kuni. If you have the courage to challenge Kaido, you can try it. After saying that, Shaluo turned around and walked towards Nami and the others. He is not afraid of what problems may arise if he tells the other party about Pluton. Wait until he really capable of getting Pluton. Shaluo's strength can already rule the world. Shaluo, if you don't kill me now, I will definitely make you regret it later. I will defeat you one day. Crocodile turned his head with all his strength and spoke with difficulty. Haha, let's wait until you evolve to version 3.0. You are too weak now. Shaluo threw his hand back without looking back. This little devil, although he wanted to stand up and fight for 300 rounds, his body told him that he had reached his limit. Returning to Nami and the others, Shaluo said casually to Robin. Your president was defeated by me. I also asked him for his job. He said that I should take good care of Robin-chan in the future. Robin smiled slightly and did not say anything. Crocodile would not say such things. Then please give me some advice, Captain Shaluo. Ding, recruit Nico Robin as a crew member, reward skill, hairspray hand. Hairspray hand, what kind of skill is this? Shaluo directly became Duduyan. This was the first time he received such a reward. It was neither a combat skill nor a talent, nor was it even a useful item. Do you want me to fight to the end and use a hairspray hand to instantly transform into the second stage villain form? He shook his head to get rid of those thoughts, and then stretched. It was such an enjoyable battle just now. Since Shaluo debuted, she has tried her best except for the battle with Nagli. Almost all the remaining enemies encountered were killed by Shaluo. Although Crocodile's strength did not push Shaluo to her limit, she still had a good fight despite suppressing the use of Conqueror's Haki. I'm hungry. How far is Vivi from your capital? If we fly there, it will probably take a few hours. Vivi pondered for a moment and roughly calculated the distance. It seems that we can only go back to the ship tonight and wait for the first trip to Alabasta tomorrow. All right. Quote, Shaluo looked at the sky. Nuo Chigao and Kaya were still on the boat. If they returned to the boat, it might be night before they reached the capital. So everyone returned the same way, and Nami took Robin to find Crocodile's treasure in the rain feast. After finishing all the crocodiles, we left with satisfaction. It was almost night when we returned to the dock. Gawu. There was a rhythmic sound, which sounded like the sounds of students practicing in the dojo. Following the sound, I didn't know when a large group of Kung Fu Manatees gathered on the coast. Nokigao was on the boat watching the Kung Fu Manatees training below with a smile. As Sha Luo and others approached, the Kung Fu Manatees also noticed the arrival of several people. A human wall instantly formed. Ger, the leader, a Kung Fu Manatee, was making unknown gestures with a serious expression. After finishing the gesture, he looked at Sha Luo and others with his arms folded. What's going on? Sha Luo asked Shang Nuaochigao, a little confused. HMPH, I don't know. Not long after you left, these little guys suddenly appeared on the shore and were talking about something. I thought they were hungry, so I made some food for them to eat. Unexpectedly, they have been training here. Nokigao didn't know what these Kung Fu Manatees were talking about. After all, there was no one on the ship who could speak animal language and Chopper couldn't translate it. After hearing Nuaochigao's explanation, Sha Luo suddenly realized. These little guys won't stay here to protect you because you gave them food, right? He thinks we are bad guys. Sha Luo looked at these cute little guys and chuckled. I don't know, but I can't communicate with them, what should I do? Nochigao covered his forehead helplessly. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, just knock them all down. Sha Luo rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to fight. Seeing him like this, Kung Fu Manatee also became angry, and they all rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight. He casually knocked away several Kung Fu Manatees that rushed towards him, and then carried out a one-sided beating. It took all the effort to beat the manatee to the ground by Sha Luo, but since Sha Luo didn't use much force, there was still no problem with his life. But just as Sha Luo was about to walk back to the boat, the Kung Fu Manatee who was the leader at the beginning reached out tremblingly and grabbed Sha Luo's trousers. Sha Luo looked down in surprise. Unexpectedly, there was one person who hadn't fainted. It seemed that he had good physical fitness and willpower. Kung Fu Manatee stood up with difficulty, and then solemnly saluted Sha Luo. As this Kung Fu Manatee wants to worship you as its teacher. Vivi looked at Sha Luo with slightly surprised eyes. She had heard a little bit about the habits of this creature. Sha Luo also remembered that in the original work, Luffy accepted a bunch of Kung Fu Manatees as disciples. Could it be this group? Then I remembered that these sea beasts can actually learn armament hockey and observation hockey, and they will even have good combat power in the future. Sha Luo asked as he knelt down and looked at the Kung Fu Manatee in front of him. Are you going to take me as your teacher? Ga ga ga. Kung Fu Manatee looked at him with firm eyes and nodded. Ha ha, it's interesting, but I have no plans to accept a disciple. Ga. Kung Fu Manatee looked at Sha Luo with its cute big eyes, like this. No matter who you look at, you will feel pity for me. The first person who couldn't stand it was Nami. She walked up to Sha Luo, hugged his arm and said in a deity tone. Just promise him, he seems to really want to become your disciple. Ga ga ga. Kung Fu Manatee nodded. Captain Sha Luo, I think you can accept them. After all, the Kung Fu Manatees are pretty good, right? They can also be sailors on the ship and fight in the sea. Robin suggested with a smile. She liked this cute animal very much, but she just joined it not long ago. So I can only suggest it after Nami speaks out. Well, since you have said so, Nami-chan and Robin-chan, then I will accept you. Ga. Kung Fu Manatee jumped up happily, feeling that its physical strength had recovered a lot. In that case, I will teach you a move, and you can practice it slowly in the future. Sha Luo's expression suddenly became serious, which was his usual teaching style. Seeing this, Kung Fu Manatee also became serious, putting his fists on his waist and making a Zama stance. Sha Luo's fist attached to armament hockey, bowed slightly, and then moved towards. The sea area ahead blasted out in a circle. The fist wind directly blasted a path out of the sea. Gawaha. Kung Fu Manatee jumped up to Sha Luo and hugged his feet in admiration. Haha, this is armament hockey. By accelerating the flow of blood, it accelerates muscle movement and achieves hardening. The more advanced usage is to wrap it around attacks and swords, and then further it can be released externally. As long as you have mastered the realm of entangling and releasing, you can achieve the effect I just had. Sha Luo smiled and explained to Kung Fu Manatee, who nodded quickly and started to practice boxing on the spot. Isn't that what you said, the training method of Marine 6 Style's Iron Body? Reiju vaguely remembered that this principle was the 6 Style Iron Body training method that Sha Luo told him and others. At that time, the evaluation of this skill was that whoever used it would die, and was dismissed as useless. Yes, the iron body is the most rudimentary form of armament hockey. If you can use the iron body to perform any action while moving, adding chi to it will actually have reached the stage of hardening. Quote. Sha Luo still remembers this. As for the evaluation of iron body, it is known that all those who use iron body will not end well. After all, no matter whether in the feature film or the theatrical version, everyone who uses iron body in the end. Everyone was beaten badly, so this is the basic training of armament hockey. Reiju thought thoughtfully. At this stage, Sha Luo has not taught her armament hockey yet. But this energy is probably the most critical thing. After all, hardening alone cannot capture the physical form of Logia demon fruit power. Ah, what happened to Mr. Manatee? Are they all drunk? At this time Kaya walked out of the cabin and was very happy to see everyone back. After walking out, he looked at the Kung Fu Manatee lying on the ground and screamed in surprise. Immediately, he took the medical kit and went down to check it with the Kung Fu Manatees. After some inspection, he found that nothing was wrong and he just fainted, so he breathed a sigh of relief. I learned from others that Sha Luo was beaten like this because of the challenge. The latter scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, Kaya, I'm hungry, have you made dinner? Sha Luo changed the subject with a haha, jumped on the boat first, and then gave instructions to the Kung Fu Manatee below. I'm asking you to look after the ship today. Remember to practice well. After saying that, he walked back to the cabin without looking back. This guy is really good at summoning people. Seeing Sha Luo like this, Nami shook her head helplessly and followed her back to the boat. Ga-ah-ah-ah, in the end, only the Kung Fu Manatee's excited cry was left. In the pirate world, although there are many entertainment projects, they are suitable for those on the ship. Very few. After having a delicious dinner, Sha Luo lay bored on the sofa in the lobby and watched various programs on video phone bug. But there are no good programs in this world, but Nokia, Kaya and the others watched it with gusto. Helpless, Sha Luo could only invite Karina and Nami to fight the landlord together. This kind of poker gameplay was brought by Sha Luo from another world, which no one has ever played before. After killing for a while, Sha Luo took Karina and Nami back to the room to continue fighting the landlord. In the card game just now, Karina lost some small bets to Sha Luo under Nami's instigation, and now it's time for her to repay it by fighting the landlord. Completely ignoring the other party's seemingly violent struggle and a bit of a desire to welcome and refuse. Nami couldn't stand some of Karina's usual oral pleasures, so she wanted to embarrass Karina, so she encouraged her. The night passed. The early morning hours were the same as always. It's just that there are 2 people missing in the hall this time. However, the other girls were not surprised. Only the girls who were new to the ship, Robin, were thoughtful. After breakfast, while everyone is still in the hall, I want to return to the palace to gather the common people to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. Vivi slapped the table and said with a serious expression. Sha Luo took a look and saw that there were still more than 10 days before the opening time of signing into Alabasta. It seems that there is no other place to go but to stay here. After all, there is not enough time to go back and forth. We estimate that we will stay in Alabasta for more than 10 days. You can spend these days in the palace with your father. Sha Luo said with an indifferent expression. Really, that's great. Vivi also looked happy when she heard that Sha Luo said she would stay in Alabasta for a while. Well, after all, there is something I want to know in Alabasta. Sha Luo glanced flatly at Robin, who smiled back. Immediately afterwards, Sha Luo got up and walked outside the boat. Gawu. The Kung Fu Manatees are practicing their punches on the shore. Seeing Sha Luo come out, they all rushed over and looked at Sha Luo with admiring eyes. Oh, you have been practicing hard early in the morning. You were really diligent. Sha Luo jumped off the boat and was immediately surrounded. The Kung Fu Manatees looked at him with their big shining eyes, each of them only as high as Sha Luo's thigh. It still looks very cute. Ga. A serious cry that was different from other manatees brought Kung Fu Manatee back to his senses. They immediately stepped back and lined up in an orderly manner before saluting Sha Luo. They also changed from being cute at first to being very orderly. Sha Luo counted almost 35 Kung Fu Manatees in total. At this time, the manatee that was accepted as a disciple last night also walked out of them. He stood at the front and bowed deeply. Sha Luo walked up and knelt down and touched his head. Yes, you will need to strengthen your training in the future. Today I will teach you a move that can help you move quickly in battle. Under the adoring eyes of everyone, Sha Luo began to teach how to shave. The physical fitness of these manatees is very good, and it is very simple to practice. Even if the body structure is different, it does not hinder their use. Soon after Sha Luo taught them how to practice, the women also came out of the cabin. Looking at Sha Luo, who was seriously teaching the kung fu manatees below, they also looked at each other and smiled. Sha Luo, do you want to stay for a day? Nami smiled and asked Sha Luo, who was teaching seriously below. Oh, are you all ready? There is no need to stay here. It is better to go to the capital early to finish all the follow-up matters and take a few days off. Sha Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead. The sun had already risen high in the sky. The climate in Alabasta is too hot. If I have to stay here for so long, I'd better go to the palace to feel more comfortable. Gawu. As soon as they heard that Sha Luo was leaving, the kung fu manatees looked reluctant to leave, and squeezed over with their cute big eyes shining. Well, there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. If you really want to see me again, then practice hard as soon as possible. Let's meet again somewhere in this sea in the future. Sha Luo smiled and touched their heads. In the end, the kung fu manatees could only wave their little handkerchiefs and watch Sha Luo and the others leave with tears in their eyes. Since the location of the voyage was uncertain, the sailboat was put into storage by Sha Luo. After packing up everything, we headed towards the royal capital of Alabasta. The capital of Alabasta is Aruba. The time has come to noon. With Vivi's status as a princess, she still had smooth access in the palace, and soon arrived at the hall of the palace. Father. Vivi showed joy when she saw Cobra, the king of this country. Vivi. Cobra stepped forward and touched her head distressedly. It's hard to endure hardships outside. No, this is what we should do for Alabasta. Vivi shook her head and hugged her father. She finally waited for this moment, to overthrow Crocodile's conspiracy and let the country. The home regains its former peace. Father, go gather the people across the country and let us announce Crocodile's conspiracy so that the rebels will not continue to cause chaos. Cobra nodded in agreement. He also heard from the Kingdom Guard Captain Ikaram that Vivi was looking for a group of powerful companions. He is going to challenge Crocodile. If he can be defeated, the conspiracy will be self-defeating. Now Vivi is standing in front of him intact, which means that the powerful swordsman really defeated Crocodile. He turned to look at Sha Luo, a young and handsome young man. You must be Sha Luo, the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue who became famous all over the world some time ago. I have heard about you. Thank you very much for your help this time, otherwise this country may really fall into the hands of Crocodile. Cobra bowed and saluted. Father. Vivi looked at him worriedly. King Cobra doesn't have to be like this. This is a deal between me and Vivi. Now that the deal is reached, I should also exercise my agreement to defeat Crocodile. Sha Luo reached out to help Cobra, shook his head and said with a normal expression. Hearing Sha Luo's words, Cobra's face flashed with embarrassment, and then he said hesitantly. Your Excellency Sha Luo, I know this is a transaction and cooperation between you and Vivi, but can you change it to another request? Father, please stop saying that. Captain Sha Luo has helped our country. Since I promised him back then, I will fulfill my promise. After hearing what Cobra said, Vivi immediately stood in front of Sha Luo with a serious face and said solemnly. But, Vivi, stop talking, father. Seeing Vivi's resolute attitude, Cobra had no choice but to agree to Vivi's decision. Vivi also smiled again. Sha Luo stepped forward and touched her head, then asked Cobra. King Cobra, I have a request that may require your help. Haha, Your Excellency Sha Luo, you are Alabasta's benefactor and hero. As long as you need Alabasta's help, we will be there for you. Cobra laughed and agreed generously. It's like this. One of my companions really wants to see some historical texts. Can you let us see the historical texts buried in this country? I know that Alabasta has been guarding a secret about the Queen Neferutari D. Lily who asked you to guard it 800 years ago. Cobra's expression changed greatly. He didn't know how this man knew this. Your Excellency Sha Luo, how do you know this? Cobra didn't understand why the secrets his family had always guarded were known to this outsider. Robin's eyes lit up. Her purpose of joining Baroque Studio was also based on this piece of historical text. She had always betrayed to save her life, and it was the same this time. She chose to take refuge in Sha Luo only because he was strong enough. Although Sha Luo also said that she was interested in historical texts and that her boat suited her well, in her eyes it was just a bargaining chip to attract her. If it comes to threatening her life, she will still choose betrayal without hesitation. Now, Sha Luo actually chose to negotiate with Cobra for her, which made her a little moved. What surprised Robin the most was that Sha Luo actually knew so much about this country. Things, even the history related to the historical text is known. What exactly did Lily, the queen of this country 800 years ago, ask her descendants to protect? It's really exciting. Unknowingly, Robin's mouth turned up and Kakuzu curled up. About this, I actually know a lot about this world, including part of the historical text and the red historical text. As for how I know this, I have to start with my master. Sha Luo said with a calm expression, putting the blame on Golden Lion's head. Anyway, no one knows how much the Golden Lion knows, but as a great pirate, he must know a lot of secrets. Your Excellency Sha Luo's master. Cobra was a little confused, and then Vivi explained to him about the Golden Lion. Captain Sha Luo, what's going on with the red historical text you mentioned? Robin stepped forward and asked softly. Although she also doubted the authenticity of these things, the red historical text mentioned by Sha Luo still made her curious. The red historical text, that is the road sign about Raftel, the legendary final island of One Piece. Sha Luo looked at Robin's beautiful eyes and casually said the red text of history. What? Raftel's road sign. The girls once again learned this important secret from Sha Luo. Then if we get the red historical text, we can get the One Piece and the biggest treasure in the world. Nami and Kureha are back to their old money-grubbing ways. It's not that treasures don't interest them anymore, it's that the small amount of treasures has made them no longer interested. Unless it's a character of Crocodile's level, the treasure of a minor character is just a tack. Then do you know where the red historical text is? Nami and Kureha looked at Sha Luo expectantly. I know, One Piece is in the hands of each of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard's piece seems to be placed on top of his former 2nd Division Captain Kazuki Oden's National Zoo. Sha Luo smiled and said something very scary. Wah, what? 4 emperors? The 2 women's excited expressions suddenly dropped. They also knew about the 4 emperors. Even Sha Luo admitted that he is currently no match for 4 emperors. It is simply impossible to snatch the red text of history from their hands. Ha ha ha, I said we were going to travel around the world, and I will definitely go to Raftel, the final island. So the red historical text of 4 emperors is also my goal. Although I can't beat it now, 4 emperors may not be my opponent when I grow up. Sha Luo Haki said. Nami, Kureha and Robin's dark eyes all lit up at the same time. Robin originally had no hope when he heard about 4 emperors, but Sha Luo said that he would become so strong sooner or later, based on the information she learned on board the ship. Sha Luo's own physique is very strong. If he can continue to grow like this, he might be able to achieve his goal. But let me say it first. One Piece may not have the treasure you think. The treasure Roger mentioned before his death is actually something else. Sha Luo still gave the 2 women a dose of vaccination first. Did you also learn this from Golden Lion? Nami asked curiously. That's right, Sha Luo is confident that Kaido, in short, now has to push the blame on Golden Lion, otherwise it will not be rounded. The Roger pirates I knew from my previous life didn't really keep any treasures there. The final island. The most widely discussed treasure is the huge treasure that Joy Boy left behind in this world. It may be related to the liberation of the world. But in Sha Luo's eyes, what is liberating the world? As long as you are strong enough, you can do it whether it is liberating the world or changing the world. There is no need to rely on Joey Boy's treasure. Sha Luo turned to look at Robin again and said sincerely. Robin, I know you don't really want to join this adventure group now, but I can guarantee that this will definitely be the best group you have ever been in. I will help you realize your dream. Haha, Then I'm looking forward to your performance, Captain Sha Luo. I trust you very much, Captain. Hearing his sincere words, Robin smiled and said with pretense of expectation. In her eyes, Sha Luo's body was always shrouded in a mysterious fog. If Golden Lion really knew so much, he would have realized his ambition long ago. So she concluded that this must be the secret that Sha Luo knew from somewhere. And Sha Luo rolled her eyes secretly. This woman really knows how to act, she is like a movie star. Even now I don't forget to perform. But it doesn't matter, one day you will truly join my fleet. Sha Luo thought confidently. Your Excellency Sha Luo, you are the savior of this country. If this is your request, I can grant it to you. After listening to Vivi's explanation of the causes and consequences, Cobra thought for a while and then responded solemnly. Sha Luo's strength is very strong. If he really wants to force his way into the search place, there is no force on his side that can withstand it. The army, those things are just tools to suppress civilians. When it comes to high-end battlefields, things like the army are of no use. One conqueror's hockey from the enemy is enough to stun the soldiers with low strength in the army. Not to mention that this was a strong man who defeated Crocodile. Just one Shichibukai could bring their country into such trouble. Now I can't stand a person stronger than Shichibukai making a scene. After thinking about it, it is better to be a favor and agree to Sha Luo's request. Mainly because he learned about Sha Luo from Vivi, and he felt a little relieved after knowing that he was not a bad person. That's great, King Cobra. Sha Luo smiled slightly. If the other party agreed, it would really save him a lot of trouble. If he doesn't agree, he won't force it, but he will secretly explore it at night. Then he accidentally broke into a forbidden area and copied the historical text. Even if it was such a small thing, he probably wouldn't be punished even if he was discovered. What did Sha Luo think? But if Cobra knew his inner thoughts, he would definitely pick up a stick and give him a few blows. You tell me that a secret that a royal family has guarded for 800 years is a trivial matter. Father, then I will tell the soldiers to gather the civilians, and you can take Sha Luo and the others to see the historical text. Vivi raised her hand and suggested, she really couldn't wait any longer. I just want to announce Crocodile's conspiracy to the people immediately so that this misunderstanding can be resolved and the rebel army can be disbanded as soon as possible. Well, go ahead Vivi, I'm sure you can do it. Cobra nodded. He had seen Vivi's growth. She had become more confident and sensible than before. It's a pity that if he didn't go with Sha Luo, then Vivi would definitely be his perfect successor, a wise queen. Cobra watched Vivi walk out of the palace and told the soldiers outside about the task of gathering the citizens. Oh, if Vivi can stay in Alabasta, she will definitely be a wise person. Queen, I would like to pass on the king's position to her. Quote. Cobra sighed and said softly, as if he was speaking to himself and to Sha Luo. Ha ha ha, it's okay. I just need to find someone wiser. Sha Luo smiled and patted his shoulder, not showing any signs of indifference. Well, Sir Sha Luo, you don't know. My wife disappeared mysteriously and unexpectedly a long time ago and has never been found. So I have no plans to have any more children. Cobra smiled bitterly. Wouldn't it be nice to have another wife? Why are you worried? Sha Luo felt a little strange. Isn't it normal for the king of a country to have several wives? The women behind Sha Luo couldn't help but roll their eyes at Sha Luo. This guy is a typical playboy, someone who falls in love with someone he meets. There are no other males on this ship except this guy. I really don't understand what environment created this LSP. But what they don't know is that Sha Luo is originally from another world. After being suppressed for so long in the previous world, how could I not want to live freely in this animated world? Of course, conquering the beauties appearing in the original work is one of his hobbies. I am different from you. I only love my princess deeply and have no intention of marrying again. Cobra shook his head, unwilling to mention this matter again. Sha Luo couldn't say anything more, so he could only comfort him. It's okay, just wait until we finish sailing this world and bring Vivi back to inherit the throne. Maybe I can bring you a successor. Sha Luo said the last sentence to herself in her heart. However, Nami and Kureha, who are closest to him, have already understood his thoughts. But now they have no idea of stopping him, because Sha Luo's body is too strong and cannot be resisted by the two of them. In this regard, Sha Luo can only say that the steel balloon talent is YYDS. The ant can give birth to so many children because of this talent and physique. Cobra nodded when he heard that Sha Luo would come back with Vivi to inherit the throne. Since Vivi will come back to inherit the throne in the future, it would not be a bad idea to go to sea with Sha Luo now and gain experience. No matter how I think about it, I feel much better. Everyone, come with me. The text of history is in the tombs of the royal families of Alabasta. You can't get inside without my guidance. Cobra took the lead and walked out of the palace, followed closely by the others. After passing through twists and turns, they arrived at the door of a palace, and then Cobra gently pushed a cat-shaped statue next to the door. In an instant, a hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Oh, it's so secretly hidden. If you really come looking for it, you may not be able to find it. Looking at the hidden entrance of the cave, Sha Luo couldn't help but sigh. But this sentence happened to be heard by Cobra, and a drop of sweat could not help but leave on his forehead. This cave is a real royal tomb. The space inside is very large, a bit like an ancient Egyptian tomb. Wow, what a big tomb. Even Nami and others were not amazed by the magnificence of this tomb. Walking to the end of the tomb, a huge stone was placed there. There are many incomprehensible words engraved on it. Robin walked forward excitedly and touched the boulder, then opened Shikai to read the contents inside. Everyone watched her interpretation silently. I didn't expect that there are still people in this world who can interpret this kind of writing. Exist. Quote, Cobra sighed, thinking that they were just here to read the historical text. Unexpectedly, there are still people in the team who can interpret the text of history. Haha, after all, she is a woman who was offered a bounty of 80 million belly when she was only 8 years old. There will always be some special skills that Marine will be afraid of. O'Hara, I have heard of that rumor, the Buster Call many years ago. The Buster Call started by the world government in the name of O'Hara's scholars trying to subvert the world. Cobra fell into memories. It turns out that she is the survivor of O'Hara who shocked the world back then, the son of the devil, Nico Robin. While Cobra was still shocked about Robin's identity, Robin came over after reading the historical text. Captain Sha Luo, please stop making fun of my identity. Compared to me, the son of the devil, if your identity as the successor of the Golden Lion is exposed, it will probably cause a sensation all over the world. Robin said with a calm expression. After walking back to Sha Luo, he began to record the text of the historical text with notes. The successor of the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Cobra looked at Sha Luo with a shocked expression. He didn't expect that this handsome young man actually had this identity. No wonder he was so powerful. Vivi didn't tell him this, but then she smiled bitterly. Now that Vivi has accepted it, what does she have to say? Well, it's not an easy identity to talk about. If it can be hidden, I really don't want to expose it prematurely. Otherwise, my enjoyable adventure would be disrupted by those marine guys. Quote. Sha Luo touched the back of his head and laughed dryly before changing the topic. How about it? Let's finish the analysis. Well, Captain Sha Luo, do you want me to tell you what's inside? Robin closed the notebook and looked at him with an intriguing smile. No need, actually I also roughly know the content of this historical text. Oh, Captain Sha Luo actually knows what is recorded here. Robin was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Sha Luo would actually know what was recorded inside. Well, it probably has something to do with the location of Pluton. Behind the Grand Line. Halfway up an island, we will also go there in the future. Quote. Sha Luo rubbed her chin and spoke calmly. He had directly told Crocodile the location of Pluton before, but he didn't know where it was in Wano-kuni or the specific location. But if Crocodile really has the guts to go to Kaido's territory to find the whereabouts of Pluton, he will still give him a high look. Sha Luo is not afraid that Crocodile will cooperate with Kaido. Kaido is the four emperors after all, and Shichibukai is a joke in his eyes. Even if they cooperate, they are just as their subordinate units. A man like Crocodile who dared to face Whitebeard would certainly not submit to others, so he concluded that Crocodile would not cooperate with Kaido. Yes, I didn't expect Captain Sha Luo to actually know the contents. It's really incredible. Robin was really shocked this time. He didn't expect that Sha Luo didn't brag, but actually knew the content. Ha ha ha, actually I know the hiding places of many historical texts and some of their contents. The island we are going to next will also have a piece of historical text. If I remember correctly, it should be about Poseidon's hideout. Hearing this, Sha Luo put her hands on her hips and laughed, with a hint of pride in her expression. Robin's eyes lit up. It was such an exciting journey. Oh, by the way, actually I have another question for King Cobra. As if thinking of something, Sha Luo suddenly turned back to look at Cobra. I almost forgot what I really wanted to ask. Your Majesty Sha Luo, it doesn't matter. Actually, I want to know how the Alabasta royal family transferred the abilities of the previous devil fruit to the fruit. It is rumored that Alabasta has always had two patron saints, namely the bird fruit and falcon form and the canine fruit and jackal form. I want to know how on earth these two devil fruits have been allowed to appear here for so many years in Alabasta's long history. Sha Luo asked the question that had always puzzled him the most. Blackbeard uses dark fruit's ability to transfer other devil fruit's abilities, so how does Alabasta without dark fruit allow devil fruit to always appear here? Cobra looked a little embarrassed, and his words began to falter. If it troubles you, the king, forget about this topic. Thank you very much for allowing us to read the historical text. This question. Just my personal question. Quote, seeing Cobra's embarrassed look, Sha Luo was secretly disappointed, but she didn't force it. After all, this is just the doubt he has always had about One Piece, but if it embarrasses his future father-in-law, then forget it. No, as someone who saved Alabasta, if you want to know, I can tell you the secret here. Cobra seemed to have figured it out. His eyes became firm, and he no longer hid it. Actually, the location of demon fruit power's rebirth after death is controllable. Cobra said in surprise, and everyone present looked at him in shock. Controllable. This is everyone's inner reaction. It is currently known that after demon fruit power dies, its fruit power will regenerate devil fruit on a fruit somewhere in the sea. This stage does not require the fruit to grow, but rather the devil fruit attaches directly to the fruit to give the devil its power. Devil fruit is actually the possibility of human evolution that people are pursuing, a power born from people's inner obsessions. Cobra told something that even Sha Luo didn't know. Everyone present. This is also the first time I heard about the origin of devil fruit. Human obsession has led to the birth of such unnatural power, one after another, but this has been rejected by the mother of nature, the sea. Every demon fruit power will be restricted by the seastone factor in the ocean. This is also the reason why even the best sailors cannot swim after eating devil fruit. But how does this relate to the reason why Alabasta inherited devil fruit? Although he was surprised by the secret behind the birth of devil fruit, Sha Luo was still curious about the method of inheriting the fruit. As I said, devil fruit is born from human obsessions. When the Esper dies, his devil fruit ability will carry the soul of the Esper and return to the place where his obsession is deepest. Each devil fruit inherits some of the obsessions and souls of the previous owner. This is why someone will be able to use some special moves after eating the devil fruit. This may be the power developed by the previous generation demon fruit power. If the ability user has no obsession, then the devil fruit will be truly randomly generated somewhere in this ocean. Quote, for the patron saints of Alabasta throughout the ages, when they are about to die, we will place their favorite fruits next to them. After death, their devil fruit will be reborn on the land they are most obsessed with, and it is very likely that it will be reborn nearby. Quote, Cobra raised his eyes and glanced at Sha Luo, revealing the secret that had been buried in Alabasta for a long time. It's incredible. I didn't expect devil fruit's abilities to come from this way. Robin, the most knowledgeable member of the team, couldn't help but sigh. Although this method of inheriting fruit abilities is controllable, for most of the ability users in the sea, are there really deep obsessions? Only a royal family like the patron saint of Alabasta who has always lived in this land and is loyal to it will allow every fruit-powered person to be born here. Sha Luo expressed the key to inheritance in one sentence. After getting the answer she wanted to know, Sha Luo also took the lead in leaving the royal tomb. This trip was not in vain. I fulfilled my promise to Robin and learned the secret of devil fruit. However, this method is somewhat difficult to use. We arrived at the plaza hall in the capital Arupana. A lot of soldiers from the kingdom have been gathered here to maintain order. The residents in the royal capital are talking below about why the king has summoned everyone here. Father, Sha Luo, you are here. Vivi, who was being guarded by soldiers, screamed happily when she saw Sha Luo and the others coming back. Well, I've finished reading everything I wanted to see. How about it? Are you ready? You look a little nervous. Sha Luo walked over slowly, looked at Vivi who was a little nervous and smiled. Well, this is also my first time to speak in front of so many people, but I will try my best. People from all over the capital have gathered now. With this evidence, all we need to do is reveal Crocodile's conspiracy. Coming out should restore peace to Alabasta. Quote, Vivi was feeling a little excited and a little nervous, holding in her hand the incriminating evidence that Crocodile had found in Yu Yan's office. There is evidence that Crocodile established a criminal group, Baroque studio, and purchased dance powder on the black market with the intention of usurping Alabasta's power. Vivi, go, you have grown up, I believe you can do it. Cobra came to her side and stroked her hair. With Cobra's encouragement, Vivi's eyes became firm and she resolutely stepped onto the podium in the square hall. Fellow citizens, I have summoned you here to reveal a conspiracy surrounding Alabasta that has been going on for 4 years. When Vivi said this, the civilians below were talking louder, but Vivi was not affected and continued to speak. Crocodile, who was praised as a hero by the people, was actually a usurper. He established the criminal group Baroque Studio, and then used dancing powder in the capital Aruba for a year, leaving cities other than the capital dry for a whole year. The large number of dancing fans that appeared in Nahana some time ago was also caused by him pretending to be a palace soldier to provoke the people to rebel. The real purpose of Crocodile is to provoke the people to rebel, and then usurp the power of this country to realize his dark plan. Vivi's impassioned speech made the civilians constantly suspicious. On one side was the hero, Crocodile, who protected Alabasta, and on the other side was the royal family that had ruled for many years. Soon someone from the people below asked, Princess Vivi, do you have any evidence that this is what Lord Crocodile did? The speaker was a young man who had personally experienced being almost killed by pirates. It was Crocodile who strangled all the invading pirates at the critical moment. Now Princess Vivi's speech has plunged him into confusion. A hero who saved his life, and a princess who loves the people, he really doesn't know which side to believe. The evidence of Crocodile's crime is in my hands. Vivi held up the criminal documents searched by Baroque Studio and spoke loudly to the people. This is all the evidence of Crocodile's crime. I started undercover at Baroque Studio a year ago and have been searching for their criminal evidence and information about their boss, but to no avail. Until a few days ago, I met Sha Luo, an upright captain of the adventure group. He helped us defeat Crocodile and search his base for incriminating evidence. Quote, it contains all the evidence of Crocodile's crimes, which is enough to prove the fact that he is a usurper. Vivi's words were like splashes caused by a pebble dropped into water, and the crowd's discussion became even louder. I knew the king wouldn't do such a thing as using dancing powder. It turns out it was this pirate who did it. He actually deceived our trust. Bah, what kind of hero? He's just a thief. My son actually didn't want to think about His Majesty the King, and even joined the rebel army. I will capture him tomorrow to await the punishment of His Majesty the King. Some people are happy that their benevolent king has always been the king and His Royal Highness has not changed. Some people regret why they believed the rumors outside. Citizens, the most critical person to expose Crocodile's conspiracy is Captain Sha Luo, who defeated him. Compared to Crocodile, Captain Sha Luo should be called Alabasta's hero. Vivi raised her hand and pointed to Sha Luo on the side, and the crowd became excited for a moment. Hero, hero. The cheers from the crowd made Sha Luo feel a little embarrassed and could only touch her nose in embarrassment. I came to Alabasta with a purpose, and now I'm still being hailed as a hero. I'm really embarrassed. However, it was also the first time for him to experience the sound of the crowd cheering for him, and he felt a little ecstatic for a while. While learning the truth, I also request the rebels outside to stop your meaningless actions. This will only make the country more and more chaotic. I know that Crocodile's conspiracy inspired your resistance, so I promise again that you will not be punished. Vivi patted her chest and said again, she knew there must be a rebel spy inside. As long as this can resolve the conflict between the two, Kosa should also understand. Vivi thought of her childhood friend, Kosha, now the leader of the resistance. Bang bang bang. As Vivi's last words came out, I don't know who took the lead in applauding. In the end, all the people clapped and cheered vigorously. I believe in you, Princess Vivi. Mercy, Princess Vivi, thank you for your forgiveness. Countless people cheered, and some knelt down to repent. At this moment, the conspiracy that had disrupted Alabasta for 4 years finally collapsed. Vivi walked down the stage slowly and immediately threw herself into Sha Luo's arms. I did it, I finally did it, thank you very much, Captain Sha Luo. Tears of happiness flashed in Vivi's eyes. It was all because of the man in front of her who helped her get to this point. Okay, everything has passed. The important thing is the present. The rebels have been put down and Alabasta can regain its vitality again. Sha Luo touched the head of the beauty in her arms and comforted her softly. With this speech, Alabasta's internal troubles came to an end. The rebel leader Kosha personally came to the capital with all his men to pray for Cobra's punishment. And Vivi also lived up to her promise of forgiving everyone who was provoked to rebel. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.